Hello, friends! Today,
Hello.
I am here today with the illustrious, wonderful, kind, and clever Kashak.
Hello,
See,
I'm Kashak.
I I didn't call you cute as you requested, so you deserve every single thing that I said.
I, well, I appreciate it. If you wanted to use Q, I wasn't gonna deny it. But look,
today
I sometimes I
today
don't.
we are building a deck, a Magic the Gathering deck. Um, Card games have always been popular, and they always will be, right? I mean, there's always been card games, and most of the time it's always been Magic, for being honest. But new card games come and go, and even Magic comes and goes by sets and whatnot. I wanted to talk about some general philosophy of what goes into my thought process when I'm deck building, and then we're going to actually build a deck. And Kashak is going to help with the mechanical parts because, well, I haven't played Magic the Gathering in an extremely long time, so my ideas are outdated, but my design thoughts might not be. You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hello, folks. For people who do not know me, I am Ifmi Kashak. You can find me live on Twitch.tv most days of the week. Sometimes I don't stream. I don't really have a schedule. I'm just kind of for the moment type of person.
Hmm.
Uh, I'm also the DM of Luminon, which Jade is playing every other Friday,
Yep.
5 p.m. PST. We'll be bumping up the times on to 5:30 PST due to session,
Yep. Yeah. Hmm.
but either way, that's where you can find me. Also on Twitter, same handle.
Yep. That playlist is going to be. I'll put that playlist in the description later, but yeah, the playlist is on the channel.
Nice.
So the focus for today is Chishiro the Shattered Blade. Whenever an aura or equipment, aura includes enchantments, enters the battlefield under your control, create a little token dude, and then at the end of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on every creature that has a equipment or enchantment or anything else. Now, right out of the gate for a commander deck, the first thing that I want to think about is how do you win? What's my win condition, right? And I would say that usually you need two, especially if you're going to play something like commander. Yes? What do you think about that?
So usually when I build decks, I totally agree where you should at least have two win cons. However, some of my decks even have up to four win cons. Uh,
Ooh.
one of my and actually only one of my decks currently right now. My Voltron deck, which is similar to what Chishiro is trying to do, is actually only have one win con, which is the commander itself. But there's a lot of cards
Mm-hmm.
that support it. So
Yeah.
generally, two is definitely a good average number to do
Mm-hmm.
for a commander deck.
And again, this is a game where we have Highlander, which means there can only be one of each type of card. And this is also a 100-card deck. If you think about any card game that is constructed, the decks are thinned, and they're toned, and they're lean. How many cards do you have in a Magic the Gathering deck? 60 minimum, right? Is that still true?
In most formats, yes. If you're playing,
Mm-hmm.
however, formats like limited, it's you only need 40 cards to actually build a deck.
Okay, well, let's go with 60 because it makes the numbers fun.
Sure.
And how many of those are mana or mana equivalents? Somewhere around
Uh,
20, 30, 25?
when it comes to 60 card formats, I usually try to do about 20 to 24, depending on how many colors you're running in your deck.
Okay, so you have, let's say, 36 cards. Right? That means you have
Hmm.
36 actual cards.
Yep.
And because you can have 4 of each card, you can bring that down to 9. You can have a deck that has functionally 9 cards. 4 of each that makes up your deck to make it as consistent as possible and to make sure that you get the same 9 cards in the orders that you want as often as you want. Does that make sense?
Yep, that definitely makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And the same's true in Hearthstone, where you can have 30-card deck with 2 of each card, except that you don't have ramp, which means you have minimum of 15 cards, which to me spells more gameplay diversity. And you can tell how diverse a gameplay experience is going to be by how narrow you're allowed to play. If you think of something like Slay the Spire, which I will bring up a few times because it is a card game, even though it's slightly different in scope and is a deck builder, it is still a card game and uses many card game principles. If in Slay the Spire, some of the best win combinations you can have are thin, lean decks that have like 8 cards in them, but they're like literally 8 cards, so that you can have control and you have reliability over every single instance. And then on the other side, you have more casual decks, or more casual formats, I should say, where you have, in this, you have 99 cards minus 30 land, say? 40? I don't know. And in that situation, you have a lot more freedom, and you can use that freedom how you want, but it means that the gameplay is going to be more diverse and thus more casual. Any casual format is going to have more of this gameplay diversity. Which, this is a game design principle, the thing. This is how making a game is going to work when you're looking at numbers and the numbers and the way that numbers affect the mechanics. And this also explains my dislike of playing Dragon's Ascent in these decks, because that takes this casual format and boils it down into a deck that has these 9 cards in it. But that aside, that wasn't actually what I intended to came here to say. That's not what this is about. This is about the mentality of it, right? So we need a way to win. At the end of the day, we need a way to win. And in this situation, with a commander deck, we have one commander that we can play whenever we want. And this commander has a baked-in win condition. And that is that as long as you have a whole bunch of equipment, your stuff gets bigger and bigger every turn, and thus you will outscale your opponent. In the late game, if you can get into a standoff situation, which is very common in Magic, because your opponent has agency of how they defend, the standoff situation favors the Chishiro deck because you are accreting power over time. And yeah, value. It's value, exactly. Value is another way of phrasing that, yeah. Each card is going to become more powerful than the baseline numbers on that card. This track with you, Kajak?
Yep, this completely does.
Okay.
I am here. I am simply just waiting my turn. That is all.
Okay, well, I want your input and feedback. Again, I haven't played Magic the Gathering in about 20 or so years. This is me going off of general game design brain thinks, rather than an actual understanding of both the meta, the systems, and the world of Magic the Gathering in the year of our Lord 2022.
Well then, let me take a little spiel. So Chishiro, as Jade mentioned, Chishiro, the Shattered Blade, does have a built-in win condition between putting equipment entering the battlefield and creating the 2/2 spirit. Mm-hmm. And then if you equip the spirits with the different equipment you put on, you can the end step put a 1/1 counter, which actually in itself modifies the creature, though you can always move the equipment to a different creature the next turn. I do have another take other than equipment that we can explore later on that could be possibly added to the deck, which I think is with Chishiro, you can technically go one of 3 different directions. And equipment is definitely probably the most popular and can be the most resilient of all. So, but definitely with the 2/2 spirit tokens, green just has a history of I go wide, let's pump up all the creatures in general.
Yeah,
so it's definitely a built-in win condition. Generally through combat, of course, because you're creating creatures, but there can be ways to manipulate the tokens instead of just going straight face.
Right, and I was thinking about that, and the first win condition is a handful of big creatures that scale well and will continue to scale, specifically in the mid game. At only costing 4 and having some of the equipment be relatively inexpensive, this means that we can come out in the mid game and start scaling until we are control the late game. Is the dream. That's the hope in the dream. And sure. I was thinking about the tokens package, but I don't know if I love it, because the tokens package is a very different playstyle. And to be blunt, I already have a good token deck, my Kemba deck,
Sure, which is also an equipment deck.
Yes, which is also a equipment deck, which is very much my style, it turns out. I really like that mechanic. but I just was kind of leaning towards my secondary win condition not being tokens, because that lets us focus on Zoo. Zoo, meaning that you have a lot of medium-sized creatures. A Zoo deck is a deck where you play out your hand and say, hey, I've got a bunch of respectable creatures that are it's not a swarm, it's not a weenie deck where you have a billion tiny creatures, but it's also not a deck where you have just a couple of big chonkers. It's just, I got a lot of dudes. Can you deal with a lot of dudes? Oh, you have one creature and two spells. Cool. Can you deal with 3 creatures? Because some decks simply can't, right? If you have 3 creatures, then that can just bully. You know, you can just control board, create board dominance.
Yep.
And if you go the tokens route, then you have to add so much token support in the token package that I was kind of veering away from that.
Well, the way I was viewing Chishiro, you only really needed to add maybe about 5 to 8 cards for a sub token package. So stuff that might double the number of spheres that are the red spirit creatures that come on the field. And you don't really need to worry about pumping them up because you have different enchantment and instant sorceries that can just pump all your creatures, not just tokens.
Okay.
So
right now,
sub patching.
Nice. So right now we are using Cockatrice, which is a Magic the Gathering emulation software. It's a tabletop emulation software. We could be using Tabletop Simulator. We could be using, I could probably even be using Magic the Gathering Arena, except that, you know, don't wanna. And I have a filter set here. So right now I've just already filtered out anything that's blue, black, or white, because we're not using those colors. And then I can switch between the or filter and the and filter for green and red. The reason being that when you are looking at the cost of any card, and yes, Doubling Season is exactly what Kashak was referring to, I believe.
And one of that also, there's a parallel live would work with for that.
So when you look at the casting cost of literally anything, right? If you look at the casting cost of anything, that's how much it costs to put it out into play, you know? And so the more specific the casting cost, the better the card. And that's always going to be true. A card that can be cast with any mana is going to be less powerful than a mana-specific card, because then it has to go into a mana-specific deck, and that deck-building restriction is the part of the cost of the card. If you're playing a white deck, then you're paying extra for, like, something that for direct damage, for burn. If you're playing a red deck, then any healing spells are going to be much more expensive. Well, if you think about it in that sense, it's also the other way around. If you have a large creature, then it's probably going to be cheaper in green than anything else. But the more expensive expensive part of that comes from both. If a card that is both red and green should, in theory, always be stronger than a card that is just red or just green or colorless. Now, across all sets, that isn't always true. But as a general rule, the mathematical numbers behind the scenes that the devs are crunching are to appreciate the value are going to go up the more specific it is. So if it's cost 2 green and 2 red, that is going to have a higher power curve level, mathematically, than something that's 1 green and 1 red, 2 colorless. Or something that's 2 green and 2 colorless, because then you don't even have to be playing red. Or something that's colorless, because then it can go in literally any deck, and it has to be balanced accordingly for being in any deck, receiving the penalties of deck building for every single one of the colors. And this is also true in Hearthstone, where the neutral cards cost more than the class-specific cards for equivalent power level. This is also true in something like Slay the Spire, where the class-specific cards, is it class in that game, or the character-specific cards, will have a higher power level. This is a truth of anything in game design. Even things like RTS, neutral units are always weaker than a specific unit, because a specific unit receives consideration of being in that, and part of the cost is that you have to build your deck around it, or team around it, or etc. Does that make sense?
Yep, that definitely makes sense. Especially when it comes to Commander. Generally, when as you put it, it's putting colors. Your Commander in Chishiro, for example, is red-green, which is going to be focusing a lot more on creature-based stuff compared to something like blue, white, black, which would be more artifacts or spell slimming. So anything that you can do to help buff up the creatures in this case is going to be a lot stronger than, let's say, just putting a 3-mana artifact that just gives you 2 mana, like a War and Power Stone.
Wait, what is this?
I believe War and Power. That is from the Daryl, Hunter of Walkers. That's from a special project that Wizards of the Coast has been doing for the past 3 years now, called Secret Lair. This was actually one of the first Secret Lairs where they've taken other IPs such as The Walking Dead or Transformers in more recent terms, and they're making the magic cards.
What? Okay. This isn't a bit. This actually legit just happened. I was typing in DAR for Darksteel because I thought it was this thing, remembering equipment. I wanted to add it while it was in my brain mind, and this popped up, and I'm just like, "Excuse me? What is this random dude? This is like just like an actual straight up okay."
Just a little bit of Norman Reedus into your card game.
You know what? We got to put this in, don't we?
Well, Daryl is a specific workaround, but we could add it if you like.
So I was looking for not that one, probably. I was looking for dark steel plate. Where is it? Let me pull it up here. Hello, does it show up? There we go. Which makes a creature indestructible. I was just remembered that and wanted to think about it. But okay, hold up.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
So, folks, I can give a little explanation here for Daryl, Hunter of Walkers. 2 colors, red, green, 4/4 legendary creature, human archer. At the beginning of your upkeep, target opponent creates three Walker tokens, which is good because you can actually abuse this. By doing this, you're starting to do a little bit of politics when you're playing in Commander format. Commander format being a social contract game. Now, there's nothing stopping from the opponent from attacking you with these 3 Walker tokens, which a Walker token is a token that's a 2/2 with menace. I believe it has menace. I might not be correct in that, but it is definitely a 2/2 zombie. Daryl can tap to kill one of those zombies, and if it does that, Daryl can draw a card. So it is creature gain for the opponents to go bash the other people, and you can sort of make a deal where you only target one character. Like, hey, if you let me draw cards, I'll keep giving you creatures to start attacking the other people. Or
that's
help
kind of a cool
yourself.
idea. That's a cool idea. I like that. I don't like that. Oh, that's crazy, and I love it. Actually, I love that. That's fantastic. Okay, that's great.
And there's definitely ways to abuse Daryl by untapping or blinking him, so that way he keeps entering the battlefield with different effects. So that, you broke our deal. Let me just get rid of all of these 3 walkers on my turn, draw 3 cards, and you can cry about it.
Nice. What? No. So, let me tell you what I have in the deck so far.
Sure thing.
And you can tell me of things that just basically give you an idea of where I mentally was on this. Because I saw some other decks, and I did actually look them up, and because that's another way of going about deck building. I believe that you should always build your own decks. I really do. But that doesn't mean you can't look at other decks for inspiration. That doesn't mean there's no value in seeing what other people have done.
A big resource for what people have done, folks. For example, you can go to MTG Goldfish, tapped out MTG, or for Commander specific, you can go to EDH Rec, which has a database on all the different commanders and what people, and also different percentages of what cards are played in what decks.
So from here, we can just start looking through, some other cards that people have used and say, hey, is this a good fit for us? Honestly, this guy seems phenomenal. But
True.
you know what? Hold on. Yeah, you go in. Okay, so here's what I have so far. So I have
68 cards.
I put in everything that I found that I thought of, and I haven't even really finished looking at things,
Gotcha.
But the idea is we have a bunch of artifacts, which are equipments. Battle Mage Bracers is kind of neat because it's potential card draw. It's a very blue effect, right? This is a very blue style thing, like Ristic Study-ish. If an opponent, whenever an ability of a creature is activated, if it isn't a mana ability, you can pay 1. If you do, you can copy that ability. That might flag something very cool, right?
Oh yeah, it can easily use to double the effects of different, let's say you're using like a Llanowar War Elf. If you're somehow able to make your Llanowar War Elf produce 2 green instead of 1 green, you can use one of the green to get 3 green instead. So it's honestly just value at that point.
Or just opponent plays, uses an ability that destroys target artifacts. Like, okay, I'm going to destroy one of yours too. That makes your opponent double think their own prospects. It's almost like a clone spell. It's almost like a counter target, opponent's ability.
Now, I'm not quite sure if that works with Battle Mage Bracers. I could be wrong, But what I'm reading here is the ability
Oh,
of
it's of
the
equipped creature.
creature.
Oh, okay. So it twins the equipped creatures thing. Got it. I was
Right.
misreading that.
And I do see, for example, if you look at, I believe you have Godo in right here, Godo Bandit Warlord in your creatures. It
Mm-hmm.
would trigger this. I believe it would trigger this. Oh no, that's not an activated
That's
ability.
not activated. Okay, so Battle Mage Braces
Okay.
might not be as cool as I thought. I thought that was whenever an activated ability was played, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that sounds really cool.
Oh, true. It definitely would work though for the new card that you put in Daryl Hunter of Walker together. That's a tap ability.
Hmm. So let's nuke that one out and just replace it with Lightning Greaves, because that's just the right
Oh,
answer.
a Commander classic.
Where is it? There we go. So Belt of Giant Strength sounds funny, because if a creature's getting most of its strength from bonuses and tokens and equipment, then this equips for fairly cheap.
In most instances, it can honestly just be free. If you if you play enough equipment and make enough tokens, it's just going to cost 0, and you can make Chishiro a 10/10 just base plus all the bonuses you're getting from the equipment.
Yeah. I did not see the new works. I don't know much about Magic these days. I didn't see anything in a new set yet. But yeah, so this seemed like a good card. This seems funny because again, this is +4/+0 in a regular game by the stock. But whenever equipped is dealt damage, it deals that damage to any target. So this can be just a blocker. Like, I'll block your 300 damage Hydra and do it to your face, right? This seems like a very good way of creating standoffs. And like we said before, we want to create standoffs because our creatures will keep on growing and we'll win the standoff long term.
In a matter of attrition, as long as they don't have like massive board wipe for exile effects, this deck will win in the long run.
Right, that's the goal. And so it's a mid-range deck that wants to win in the long run, right? Most of the creatures that I picked are actually mid-range creatures. Anyways, Bone Sabers. When it attacks, put 4+1/+1 counters on it, so +4/+4 on attack, and then it's now modified, and you can switch it to something else. Because we want every creature we have to have some sort of tokens or equipment or aura.
Yeah, and compared to most equipment decks where they're trying to play Voltron, build it all on like just one big creature, this one you want to go wide. So it definitely helps out a lot.
Hold on, someone's recommending something. Strionic Resonance. Oh, okay. Maybe. I think Lightning Greaves was more the haste part that I think was going to be super valuable. But that does seem good. I also have the Boots of Speed I grabbed, which just seems like... Hello, Ripley! Welcome back! It's good to see you. I grabbed the Boots of Speed because they seem... like, it's just another good, cheap equipment, right? Yeah, we want to have a decent early game.
Yeah, it's one red mana, which, you always... At this form, you can look at it like a cantrip. A cantrip being a 1 mana spell that draws you a card, but in this case, it's giving you more creature tokens. So it honestly is a good include.
Darksteel Plate, because this just breaks the game. I mean, hey, I am now immune to your commander. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, can you make me sacrifice or exile? No? Okay, well, this is staying.
It asks a difficult question to the opponent. And that's something that Zoo does very well. I mean, every good deck asks a question to your opponent. A burn deck says, "Can you survive while I'm, holding down the damage button?" A healing deck says, "Can you deal enough damage to break through my support abilities?" A creature deck says, "Can you deal with the pressure that I have?" So we also have to think of what are our opponent's win conditions, and it's very common in a game like Commander, where you always have a particular creature available to you, for your win condition to be, "I have something bigger than you." And this makes an opponent's "I have something bigger than you" gone. It just deletes it. It says, like, no, you don't have something bigger than me because I don't care. You can't, it doesn't threaten me. So this removes one of your opponent's threats, and if your opponent only has one big threat, then this is all you need. Dwarven Hammer I like because it comes with its own token feature. So you can either play it as a 3-mana equipment, or you can play it as a 5-mana equipment with a creature. If you are being board wiped constantly, then this can give you that little bit of recovery.
Yeah, and depending if you have like a Lichen creature with speed, you can give it haste and just attack right away.
Immediately, yeah, you can just turn this into a throw thing at opponent and keep going. I do feel like reach needs to be addressed because a lot of the creatures I picked do not have flying. I do plan on, I need, what this deck needs? You know what? We have to go. This deck needs a Shivan Dragon. It just does.
You're playing on the Shiva Dragon, okay.
It's just right. Okay, anyways.
But yes, no, reach is definitely a good thing to try to have in that green deck, especially. Because most commander decks that I see actually out in the wild, whether it's on Cockatrice where we've been playing or in my local game store, people either have flying creatures or they don't have flying creatures. And the people with the flying creatures usually win over the people who don't.
Right. And this helps us play on parity with those opponents.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I need to see? Hold on a second here. What is a green 0/1 regenerating flying?
Oh, I would have to, let me bring up EDH rec.
There's gotta be one.
If I'm not quite sure because regeneration usually is like usually an enchantment effect or like a 3 or 4 mana creature card.
So what my brain think just did is one of the classic good cards, one of just the classic good cards is 1 second here. Is Will-o'-the-Wisp.
Will-o'-the-Wisp?
Yep.
I'm not quite sure I'm familiar with that card. What's that do?
Black, 1 black mana for a 0/1 flying, 1 black to regenerate. It's just a beautiful little chump that can stand in the way and take as much beatings as you want. Except in this deck, in this particular deck, that also becomes a viable creature because you can equip it and turn that cheap creature into something effective.
I see. So I'm not really seeing when I'm looking up like 1 mana green. There is for flying specifically. There's an instance like Mending Touch is 1 green mana regenerate target creature, but a more recurable one that could be used in this deck, since out you're playing a lot of creatures, could be Asceticism. It's 3 colors, 2 green, so 5 mana. Creatures you control have hexproof, and then it also has for 1 colorless and 1 green regenerate target creature. It doesn't have flying, but it could be used for that, protection for your creatures and regeneration as well.
Okay. Hold on a second. How do I... Give me one brief moment here.
Sure thing.
Where do I put in text? I'm using the gathered@wizards.com right now for searching things.
Gotcha. Actually, funny enough, that's what I was using to look up regeneration.
Let me just take a glance through here.
Definitely back in the day, you have a lot of regeneration effects that were like 5+ mana.
Spider Silk Armor. Let's see what that is. Oh, because the thing is, that doesn't work because that isn't an aura for a specific creature. Because of Chishiro, we want it to be something that applies to a specific thing. It needs to be... Yeah. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. Hold on a second. Yeah. I think it's gnats. It's gnats. So, in black... Hold on. In black, Will-o'-the-Wisp. Where is it? Why isn't that coming up? Oh, it's because I still have the... There we go. Will-o'-the-Wisp, he's here. 1 black, flying, black regenerates, 0/1. Like, like I was saying before, something attacks you, and then phenomenal. This just deals with it, and your opponent didn't attack you. It creates standoffs. It creates situations where it's not useful for your opponent to attack you. Right?
Yeah, unless they have an exile effect, that's just going to constantly stay there, be annoying.
Mm-hmm. So, where is it? Yavimaya Nats is exactly. You can see here exactly what I'm talking about. In green, because green has a lot more ways of buffing creatures than black. In green, the same card, 0/1 flying, 1 colored mana to regenerate, costs 3. Because for black, it's just a chump blocker that gets in the way. For green, this has the potential to be a threat, right? That's why for black, it's a cheaper card. But we still want it, I think. Anyways, let's go back to the things I was looking at.
Sure thing. Yeah, Steam Lash.
This seems insane. It fixes the reach problem, and it just backlashes damage.
And it's also just another copy of the blade from before. What was that? Burning Sunsteel.
I think it should stack. Yeah, it'll stack.
Oh yeah, definitely stack because of the 2 different swords.
Mm-hmm. And that's commander damage if we put it on Chishiro himself, which is relevant.
Which is also,
yeah.
Which could be a main win con.
Yeah, this is part of a win condition. This seems good.
I mean, one turn. Oh, so you can. So just turn 1, you decide to I'm going to play forest. Oh, I'm going to tap that. Put this back on. That way, next turn you play the land, and you have 2 mana still.
Kashak, what would this cost if it was mono red?
Mono red?
Yep. What would this cost if it was mono red?
Honestly, most mono red cards have you discard a card for the additional a alternate casting cost. So this would probably be honestly, for ramping effect for mono red, this probably would just be 2 red, 1 colors, and alternate casting cost, run 1 and discard a card.
Yeah, because then you lose. Yep, then you lose card advantage. Because it's multicolor, it's better for the deck. It's better for what we're looking for, and it's stronger than than what we would have in a what would this cost it as in a mono blue deck, right? It would cost your leg.
Honestly, just because mono blue is just mono blue, probably wouldn't. It would be oh, you must have artifact. Oh,
yeah, it would have a billion restrictions. It would have a billion other restrictions, exactly, because blue doesn't ramp, right? So the specificity of this helps drastically. Goblin Morningstar, I don't actually like that much, but it's a cheap trample that gives you a creature. It seems this might be bad. This might be a bad card. This is probably a bad card. What do you think?
Well, I definitely already have a suitable card that could definitely be replacing that, but we'll get to that later.
Okay, that sounds great. Lightning Javelin. We need to attack to win. We need to occasionally be aggressive. And if we have something that our opponents can't deal with, we can just throw it at the opponent, and if it has first strike, then that can just win games, right? That can just be enough to say that your opponent effectively cannot block it.
True, and this is also a great defensive option, because if they're attacking into you, and you choose blockers, they've done their combat tricks, you can go all right, cool.
Nope, here you go. It only gives first strike on your turn.
No, creature that's first strike, I believe it has changed where if they do first strike, they just deal first strike damage in the whole round.
As long as it's your turn.
Well, let me look that up, because if that's the case, then I've been playing first strike wrong the entire time.
I mean, that only works when you're attacking, not when your opponent attacks, is what I'm saying.
First strike allows creatures to destroy any attacker or blocker with tough. Wait, no, that's not.
No. I mean on the card. I'm not talking about the rule first strike. I'm talking about the card here specifically.
Oh, it says it.
It straight up says as long as it's your turn. This particular card is only an offensive first strike, but it is flash, which means I can go surprise. I swing. Okay. I swing at someone. Opponent says trade, and I say it's not a trade. 2 mana, bam! It has +2/+0 first strike, and I win the trade, and then we could capitalize that on the ramping into future turns. Lightning Greaves can be targeted with spells or abilities. Very strong.
Also the 0 quick cost, so that way you
Yep.
can target it on your own turn.
And obviously, the Javelin of Lightning would be a lot better if it wasn't as long as it's your turn. But the fact that it's flash, I think, makes up for that.
Oh yeah. It's
Um,
it's just a weaker lightning bolt, but it's consistent lightning bolt.
Yeah, it's like a lightning bolt that you can equip later on to something else.
Mhm.
It's more like a giant growth, I guess, because it's a combat +3/+3. You know, it's a mid combat thing.
True. Yeah, that would be a better example.
Yeah. Mage Slayer seems good. Like, again, this on the commander with a couple of other things means that you're dealing double damage. You're just straight up hitting twice, right?
And this is even before blockers too, so you can technically
and this is before
maybe
blockers. A longbow is just another reach option because I'm scared of reach. I'm scared of flyers. You'll see why when I get to the creatures.
win.
Supervised Celebration. We're not really going for tokens, right? This isn't a token deck, but +2/+0 and create tokens. This is just going to create a bunch of tokens, right? Even though we're not a token deck, this as a trample tool just happens to give us tokens as a side effect.
And also was great with the vigilance being mainly either artifact or white associated. You know, just creating additional bodies can help protect yourself on the crackback.
Exactly. This weird Ripsaw thing, which I don't know why the art isn't colored here.
Oh, this was due to the last Innistrad set. Innistrad is kind of like a Gothic Horror themed, where werewolves and vampires and whatnot. And during the set, they made special art to be just black and white version of cards. There is a actual color card. I'm not quite sure if it's on Cockatrice though.
Neat. And yes, that's exactly right, Umbra. If your opponent can't block, then it's just bonks them twice, which is, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Wolf Rider's Saddle is similar to the other one that I said before. Like this, you play the mana and then you get a creature with it, right? And can't be blocked by more than one creature just means if my creature is bigger than you, I win every encounter. I win every combat encounter, period.
This could also be turned into a pseudo unblockable. If you give your creature menace, but they can only be blocked by one creature, the menace will override that, and so that way they can't even block in general.
And we create menace creatures by default with Chishiro, so all we have to do is re-equip it.
True.
So that's what I thought for an artifact package. And again, I picked all artifacts that were colored, almost. For that exact... wait, there was one more. Is there a Fire Shrieker? Because Fire Shrieker just wins games, as far as I'm concerned.
If you're playing an equipment deck, Fire Shrieker.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I was thinking for the artifact set. Do I have too many cards in there? Probably, but again, we can trim down later. I'm just going over what I added and listening for both ideas and other options. But mostly the biggest goal is I'm explaining my thought process behind the picks, right? The biggest thing for this stream is that I'm telling you the brain thinks of why I want to make these cards, what goes in the deck. Because too many people will mindlessly grab a pre-constructed deck or a net deck, and back when I played Magic, long ago, that was considered shameful. You were actually considered to be not as good at the game if you had to use somebody else's deck. Because deck building was a skill that all players were expected to learn and expected to understand. And that's no longer true. Nowadays, everybody net decks, as far as I understand it. I know in Hearthstone that's true. I know that in Force of Will that's true. I know that in many other card games that's true. Because somebody else has already gone to the effort to figure out what is optimal, what is correct, what is best.
Meta is.
Yep, it hurts your ability to be creative, right? Making your own deck is a creative thing. This deck will be mine and Kashak's. This will be our deck. And that has a connection. There's going to be a connection that we have to this deck that somebody who net decks won't have until they've played 50 games with it and made modifications to it and taken it and made it their own, right? And two, you should flex that muscle. You should flex that muscle of game design, of creation, of learning how to make an interesting deck. Because that's going to help you, A, just creatively. B, if you are a game designer or if you are somebody who has thoughts for game design, this helps you understand the game better and understand why the meta decks are crafted the way they are. And 3, it can just be a fun game on its own. especially for the other example I wanted to use was tabletop lists. If you're playing War Machine or Warhammer, same idea. You could net deck somebody else's list, or you can make your own list. Use some of these principles that we're describing here, and then go from that into finding the mentality of creating of using that as its own game, like making the list and making the deck as its own way of understanding and enjoying the game. Does that track? Does that make any sense? Am I crazy?
No, you are definitely not crazy in that.
Okay.
At least when it comes to my local play group, for where I am in the world, people really don't net deck. We use sources to get card ideas, but generally we all try to build our own creativity because most of us, our only hobby is playing Magic, so we want to be creative and use it as an outlet to express ourselves.
Fair enough. But up until now, playing with you, I haven't made a deck because I didn't understand the state of the game well enough to. Now I do. Or well, maybe I do, maybe I don't. I don't know. Now I'm making brain things.
Just to touch upon that, it really depends on who you're playing with, who your playgroup. There are definitely different playgroups I'm part of that we're more sweaty and will build more efficient. But then what we're really doing on Mondays is we're playing, for Jade the Kobold 3, for example. She purposely only makes meme decks, which are generally going to be lower power than, your average, I'm going to hit you a lot. Or I'm leather and aggro player. I hit people a lot.
Exactly. And as content creators, our goal is to make an interesting board state for the audience more than just to win, right? We're not playing to win. We're playing to make an interesting experience for the audience. Which not all of our players understand, but you know what? That's okay. We're still having a good time.
Oh, exactly.
All right, creatures. Mostly I've looked at creatures that want at least one piece of equipment. This one seems weird. Whenever modified creatures attack, you get a second combat phase.
Which is just good for this deck because
it's just good. Yeah. Especially if we have unblockables.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Aki Battle Squad is it's specifically flavored to be like Chishiro only because it's modified. There are other spells that are extra combat steps, which we could possibly include a couple later on, but this one is specifically made for modified.
Yep, this one is made for us. And it's around every single turn, which is very, very relevant.
Oh, yes.
I've grabbed an Ember Keeper. It just seemed... I wanted some more low-end stuff. I don't think this is actually good enough for the deck, and this is probably one to be the first cards that I will cut. Okay. But this, it does fit the themes, and it is a lower cost, so we have a curve. Because again, the creatures don't have to be big, they just have to have equipment. So we can have a small creature, give it equipment.
Right.
Champion of the Flame just seems right.
This one.
Like, it just seems right? You know?
Oh, yeah,
it wants to have... Yeah. The only difference is that it's greedy. It wants to have multiple things on it, but at the same time, even just as a 2-mana 1/1 that has a +2/+2 equipment and it gets free +2/+2, all of a sudden, bam, that's a 5/5. All of a sudden, it's a decent thing. All of a sudden, it's not bad.
Right.
We gotta take Daryl. What's our deck gonna do without Daryl?
Look, I mean, even if it's not, Daryl from The Walking Dead, by the way, best character in that show.
Never seen it.
Well, I am a fan of the comics at least. It's Norman Reedus. You're going to pass up on Norman Reedus? I mean, look at him. He's hot.
They look very polite. I'll say that. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So here's an interesting thing.
Oh, this one.
This seems... So what this does is it gives a creature flying, which is already good. That gives it an evasion type. And then it gives a perpetual bonus that says we can bring it from the graveyard to the battlefield? So it only works when the creature dies. So
this is a specific mechanic made for the actual MTG arena. They have a game mode called Alchemy, which is... Okay. It kind of takes the magic and throws it completely on its head. More like Hearthstone.
Okay, so this is not playable, is what you're saying, in Commander format. Because that's completely fair.
Unless your playgroup allows it, no.
Okay, fair. That makes sense, and that's what I thought. What I was thinking, because I saw another card that like did something similar where it lowered the cost of a card in your hand. It's like you can't do that in a competitive like you can't do that outside of having
in
a
a
PC
physical
game. And I will say that is one of the benefit of having a digital game is you can do things that are impossible on the tabletop. Something that Hearthstone, which I'll be bringing up a few times in the future as well, does extremely well. Hearthstone, that's part of why it became so popular is because right out of the gate, Hearthstone said, "Hey, what can't you do on a tabletop? We should focus our game on that." And that's going to be setting us immediately apart from every game that is just a tabletop game ported to PC. And yeah, so I will absolutely get rid of that. That makes sense, but I wanted to talk to you about it. Right? I still wanted to know about it.
Yeah, no worries.
We got this thing. I don't know. It looks bad, but it's a one cost. Might drop it, grab equipment.
It's similar to the Champion Flame, except for it's 1 power less, and then also what it costs less. So it's you need turn 1 play. Bam! I have a 1/1 trample goblin. You put equipment on in turn 2. What are you gonna do?
Probably worse.
You're gonna get hit by a goblin.
Yeah. This thing, when it plays out, you can grab an equipment card from your library, and then when you attack it, you get the other extra combat phase.
For all your samurai.
For the samurai, which is probably just going to be itself, which means it probably isn't that useful, but then again, it's 6 mana for a tutor effect in red. And red is a class that, to my knowledge, doesn't usually get to search its library.
Nope. The only other card I can think of that searches for red is the 1 mana card Gamble, which you add its hand, and then you randomly discard a card. So you can always discard the card that you tutored.
Yeah. So this isn't for obviously this is for a samurai deck, right? This is for a samurai deck to go, ha ha, and you get it to double swing to win the game. No. In this deck, this is a 3/3 search for an equipment card for 6, and I think that is worth it, especially with some of the high tier equipment cards we have.
Well, this in itself could actually, if we wanted to go to make a infinite combo, this is actually a part of a 2-card combo that's just turn 6. Oh, you counter, bam, I win.
Deal. And that's not fun to me. You know, I'll pass on that.
Right. So in this case, it's just I need a dark steel plate for next turn. Bam, dark steel plate.
Someone is saying Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat? That's... are they talking about the actual game franchise Mortal Kombat?
Oh, it's a black card. We can't play it. We're restricted.
Oh.
We are. It's a Chishiro deck. We can only play green red.
Yes, Mortal Kombat. Let me just play Graveyard and Graveyard players go burr.
So we put in Goro because I mean it just seems very good. Like it's a cheap 2/2 for 2 that gives haste, and then it also has a good late game effect where it becomes a more powerful card later on if we keep it around.
Oh yeah, and also it's just a concordant crossroads for red. Giving all your creatures haste, that is. So
yeah,
let's think about the spirits. Let's attack with them right away.
Yep. This just makes sense because we're getting +1/+1 counters. So this means that every single creature we play is modified immediately. So every creature that comes into play is immediately a modified creature.
And I actually had that on my list of recommendations, so I'm actually just going to cross it off my list very quick.
Heir of the Fang enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 if you control a modified creature. We will, which means that this is almost always going to be a 3 mana 3/4.
Which is itself stat line.
Yeah, with it is itself modified. So like, this is just for value. I mean, it's just a valuable creature.
Oh yeah.
We have a couple of equipment that are actually very expensive. So having a creature that can equip things for free seems actually pretty hype.
Well, that would definitely make sense, especially if you need to get more wide. Or go more wide with your equipment.
Yeah, yeah. Now here's my fun things.
Yes, the legendary keywords I don't see out in the wild ever.
Yep. Horsemanship. You can't be blocked unless you have a horsemanship. This is effectively unblockable in any modern game. Same with Shadow. This is effectively just an unblockable creature. This is one of the win conditions is grab this, throw a few equipment on it, and you don't lose the game anymore. You know, you just have damage that cannot be dealt with.
As someone who plays Commander IRL weekly, I've never seen horsemanship in any of my games in the 6+ years I've been playing Commander.
And like it you see where I'm coming from, right? Like that should be bonkers.
I completely get it.
Lizard Blades is just good. I mean,
It's a creature, but it's also an equipment, so it's already modified.
Yeah, exactly. Then again, we have another horseman. I just grabbed I just grabbed a handful of horsemen because that's such a good win condition, and it's so free. And it basically says, do you have removal? Do you have blockers? Do you have removal? Again, we're creating a situation that wants to make standoffs. We want to make a standoff where opponents gain nothing from attacking, and then we win the standoff because we can attack that are unblockable effectively. We can attack that are we can just stand back and grow, so we win the attrition game. We win the value game. So
and
go ahead.
Especially if you're playing against other aggressive decks, because turn 6, if you're playing against all aggro decks, everyone's going to have a low life total. This dropping right on turn 6, not being able to block, and also can attack right away.
Yeah.
This might just kill someone directly on turn 6.
This might just end. Yeah, this might just end a game. And if you're actually getting really late game, this might just close out a game. It's like, okay, if you have 10 mana, if you have 15 mana, like super late game, that happens, and your opponent might have a control board. They might be playing a control deck, that is able to that wants that, right? What decks want to go late game? Well, it's either zoo, some sort of scaling zoo, or control. And control always wants to go late, and this can break the control stalemate.
True.
I don't know if this is good. I really don't. I feel like it might not be.
So if we want to stick to a modified, if we look at it without just the modified, right? This is just more expensive Llanowar Elf.
Yeah, it's a bad Llanowar Elf, at its base level.
But at the same time, in a modified deck, this makes sense because if your commander art just makes it bigger. Now, I do have a couple cards on my list that might just be better, but not necessarily that we can't keep this. I can't keep this while including
I'm not married to any of the cards in this deck. I am not tied down to anything that's in this deck.
You don't want Daryl in your deck? We did just add him.
True. No, I'm saying that anything that we. I'm not going to say, oh no, we have to keep the Orochi Merge Keeper. That's core to my vision. No, come on, you got to be flexible, right?
Yeah.
Rabbit Battery, again, it's a 1-mana 1/1 haste that becomes a 1-mana haste equipment. That just seems good. It just seems like good. And again, we're preparing for the mid game. A lot of our stuff is early game stuff that is going to scale well to late game. That's the dream, anyways.
Oh yeah.
This basically gives every new creature that you play, pay one more mana, you get one more token. I don't know how much this costs.
Could you go to related cards? The Jade Defends the Temple. It's down in below the after card, blue text.
Oh.
This is the actual card.
This is the actual card. That makes a lot more sense because again, I saw that, I was confused. Ancient Temple. Wait, what was it called?
It was defends the. Yep.
Jungan defends the temple. Okay, that makes more sense because I couldn't figure out that card seemed wrong, and it was okay. Fair. This seems good though. That card seems incredible.
For people who don't know what a saga is, because it's actually a relatively new enchantment type, when the saga enters, it enters at phase 1, or you put the lore counter on phase 1. So when it enters the battlefield, it creates a 1-mana green monk that adds. It creates a Llanowar Elf, but it's a monk instead. Now that itself, you're technically ramping. Turn 2, you put a 1/1 counter on each on 2 different creatures, modifying them. That's what we want to do in the deck. And then when it transforms on phase 3. That's when it comes to the other side where it lets you add the counters. So overall, it is just an excellent a card to have in this deck.
And anything that we do with it is going to be that same sort of late game scaling that we've been looking for this whole time.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, I'm just going to put this in now. Mana Flare.
Ramp.
Like, yeah, it's good ramp, and in a multiplayer game, you know, people will pop off. You know, people are like, oh, I'm not going to attack you. You give me Mana Flare. Heck yeah. Like, that is a cool thing. Let's see, where were we? Rogoth, Son of Rogoth.
Oh, I have such a special. This card has a special place in my heart. This was actually my first Voltron commander that I built.
This
Zero
is
mana, 0/1.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
This is exactly right for the deck because it's not going to stay 0/1. It's going to get, you know, all the equipment, and it's immediately going to be viable. And then it's going to keep on getting tokens, and it's immediately going to get better. What's my opinion on Two-Headed Giant type game? I think it's a cool game that I haven't played in a very long time, but I would love to. I actually think that's a very good way of playing 4-player. It's just, you know,
honestly, next time we have a Magic night, we could do that.
I like that.
And also, I mean, folks, if you look at us, why we have to include our, you know, our fellow kobold in the deck.
Exactly. Recommendation for you if you want something for late game called Slime Molding. I saw that earlier, actually. What I saw, wasn't it called?
I'm not familiar with slime molding.
There was. I think it was. Yeah, Ochre Jelly is what it is. It's when it dies, it splits off and gets. Yeah, if it dies, if it had 2 or more +1/+1 counters on it, create a token that's a copy of it at the beginning of the next end step. The token enters the battlefield with half as many 1/1 counters. So basically, you have to kill it multiple times, but it's always going to be an enchanted creature or an augmented creature because the +1/+1 tokens. Effectively, when it dies, it just comes back still as a modified creature. It's very resilient, and late game you just, you know, smash.
Sure.
This is what I think they were talking about. And that makes sense. Like, for everything that we're doing in the deck, yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree with that idea. That's a great idea. Shivan Dragon. This is a meme. You know, this is me saying, you know, this is the old meme of, well, Shivan Dragon is the strongest card in the game, obviously. But at the same time, it's not a bad card. This is a personal flair card that I'm going to add to the deck that's just, you know, entirely unique to me because it's funny. And again, this can be on the chopping block if it doesn't actually make sense and it doesn't inherently help the deck. But it's a decent sized 5/5 flyer that can get buffed.
I mean, we do need a flyer in the deck, and also, what's a greater meme than having either Tim or Shivan Dragon?
Exactly. This is another just cheap card that becomes, you know, that, and like, whenever its equipped creature becomes blocked, it deals 1 damage to the defending player. It does a little bit of chip damage. It's not that great. It probably should be cut.
I would definitely say that's most likely on the chopping block.
Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna remove it now. It's bad, but I thought it was interesting. Now I want to talk to you about another meme. And
is it the boy?
And it's because of how the game has existed over time. Back in Legends, this was not a good card. It never was a good card. But it's an interesting card. At the very least, it is undeniably interesting. It's 6 mana, 3/4, that creates us another 3/4. So effectively, it's 6 mana for 6/8 worth of stats. With a caveat that if either one dies, you die, both die. It's a cool thematic idea that if you were writing a story, if you were writing, you know, a villain in a video game, having them come out and split in half and both of them attack you, and sometimes you only have to kill one of them, but sometimes one is defending and the other one is aggressive, and then they trade off, and it's like, that's a cool mechanic. I can see the thought process behind this card. I can see what they wanted to create in Magic the Gathering, right? I can see what they wanted Stang to be mechanically.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, it failed because it's just bad. A 3/4 that dies if you kill one of them is just not viable for a tabletop game. But I like it because of the ideas it gives me for video games, frankly. Like, I can see cool ideas of how to play this out as a boss fight in a Souls-like game, you know, or in a JRPG style game. Like, I can see how these mechanics would be really neat, and this is why I always tell people, play weird games, play weird oblong games, because you never know when you'll find inspiration. Because I am going to spend, when I saw this and thought about it, I spent the rest of the day thinking about how could I implement this in Dark Souls 3, in Elden Ring, right? How would this character play off? And that gave me so many cool ideas. And it wouldn't have, you know, thought if I hadn't been, you know, like, if I didn't just come across it. Basically, live a wide variety of things and explore a wide variety of... Yeah. Explore a wide variety of things in your life, basically. That will help you as a game designer, it'll help you as a creative individual, it'll help you as a person to grow you and expand your mind. Because if I had only been playing modern video games, I wouldn't have remembered this, and I wouldn't have had this cool idea. That's all. That's just a brain think mentality sort of thought, you know? I'm putting it in the deck because, out of respect for it, for that mentality that it gave me. Terrible card. Terrible card.
Exactly, but then, you know...
Oh, yeah. Oh, Kashaka's just coming out.
Would say a glow-up, I see there.
And what's cool, and what I really respect about Magic is they said, you know what, this Stang card has a good idea behind it. It has this, you know, warrior that splits into multiple components and attack, and both can attack. What would that actually look like in Magic the Gathering? They looked at this old card that has a cool idea that it didn't work, and they said, but how do we actually make it work? And now we have Stang Echo Warrior. First of all, I mean, you know, they lowered down the cost because the cost scaling is just bad for older cards. Power history because of power creep. Let's not pretend that power creep isn't real. But also, they updated the artwork, made it a very stylish person of color, which looks awesome. They kept an homage to the same stat line, and they kept an homage to the idea and the concept. Whenever this attacks, create a Stang twin, a legendary 3/4 green human warrior creature token. Same as Stang. And it enters the battlefield tapped and attacking. So when it attacks with its twin. But instead of having a lifelink with it, for each aura or equipment that's on Stang, you get another version of it. He just multiplies based on how many pieces of gear he has. Each one appears to wield it in a different way. And then it's good. It's amazing. But it takes the classic idea of what this is kind of what they were trying to accomplish with the old one thematically. And this is how they decided, 25 years later? I don't know when this card came out, but...
this actually just came out in the last set.
So then, 25 years later, if you're looking at Legends for Stang.
Yeah, what they decided to do in the last set, they took about 34 different cards from Legends, because they went back to Dominaria, instead of being called Dominaria United, because they're actually heading back into the Brothers War, which is going to be cool, because I wasn't around when I played Magic when Brothers War happened, but now I get to experience it in an updated version.
And it's cool as heck for me, because this is the last time I played. This is, you know, my Magic experience is, you know, cool ideas poorly implemented. Now I get to see cool ideas implemented well.
Yeah, it's kind of like, actually, we look at it, it's kind of like a conversion point. But what they did is they took 34 different old cards from Legends that were just overall pretty bad, and they decided to give them a glow up. Another example is actually...
well, keeping the same concepts.
Yes. Well, some of them actually keep the same concept. Others really kind of went off the wall.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for an example, if we type... do you remember Roga? Or Kirkheap?
Yeah.
So they actually did a updated version of himself, black-red. So there's Roga of Kirkheap, where you have the berry cost, but also gives all your kobolds of Kirkheap +2/+2.
Yep, this one here. 6 mana, 5/5 was considered a pretty good stat line back then, even on a dual color card. And yeah, this one had a major upkeep to cost, though. The modern one
is just a lot better.
It's cheaper.
It costs 1 less.
It doesn't have the brutal upkeep, and it creates tokens when you play things out, and that's mostly because of just power creep. But this is a properly power creep. This is what this card becomes playable as.
Oh, yeah, and also it affects just kobolds in general, not kobolds per keep.
Right, which I think was always a issue. That was always a dumb thing. That was even dumb in Legends because there were other kobolds out there. It was already a bad idea.
Taskmaster, Drill Sergeant.
And just Crimson Kobolds, Quickshine Kobolds. If you wanted to have a bunch of kobolds in your deck, you couldn't have all ones that were buffed by Rogoth.
Actually, fun fact, I have those cards literally right next to me on my desk because I was building a kobold deck. I'm still in the works of it.
Nice, nice.
But yes, there was other examples like Romeo DePietri, the pirate of Dominaria. He got updated. Not sure what he does. Torwalkie, as we saw Sprig playing the other night.
Yeah.
That got updated. The younger, that being.
Mm-hmm. Which I always thought was a cool. I unironically played this card back in Legend, back in that day. And then Torwalkie is just a very similar adaptation to the theme, but making it more unique, making it more interesting. I like.
Maybe.
Oh, that
maybe
reminds
as
me.
part of that two-headed giant game you were talking about. Maybe we all choose a commander from either Legends or Dominaria United.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that way everyone can enjoy just Legends.
Yeah, that could be interesting. This was the card someone was recommending. Oh, okay. That's okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But those aren't tokens though. Those aren't +1/+1 tokens, so it doesn't make the modified thing work. Anyways, where were we? Tanuki Transporter. Whenever the creature attacks, add green mana, and then you don't lose it.
Power.
I don't know if it's necessary because it's 4 mana, and I don't know if we need ramp that costs a baseline of 4 mana, especially with that kind of ramp.
Well, there are cards for 4 mana. 4 mana is kind of like the capstone you want to have for your mana generation because this is persistent compared to like, let's say, the Mind Stone. Mind Stone's 2 mana adds 1 colorless, but you can crack it for a draw card. This one does give it a body, but
not a great one.
True, but it definitely works better as a equipment. I do have a recommendation. If this wants to be on the chopping block, I do have 1 of 2 cards that could easily replace it. Though.
Okay, let's get to the end of creatures, and then we can just discuss the what's chopped easy. Tempting Listen seems cool. A, it becomes an enchantment creature. It becomes an enchantment, which makes it into an aura. And B, this can clear the way. You attack with this, and everything has to block that. Almost no cards can block 2 creatures, which means that everything else gets through. This is a win condition. This is another one of those stalemate breakers. Once we get into that stalemate of I can't attack, you can't attack, because, neither of us can really win that engagement, we scale up until we can win, we drop a Tempting Listen, we win the game on the next turn, because now we have a way of breaking through with everything.
Right.
This is a haste. This doesn't fly? Oh, I thought it flew.
No, I guess not.
Oh,
I mean, it is a spirit, even though it looks like a dragon.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't see why spirits can't fly, but anyways, it gives some +1/+1 counters on things when it and it can deal damage. It seems fine. I don't know. It can chop off. I thought it flew. That makes a big difference. It's not nearly as good as I thought.
But it does do a lot of chip damage, so we'll have to go wide like we want to.
Togo seems amazing.
Especially in this deck where you want the equipment.
Yeah, we just want a bunch of cool equipment. It's like, you just get rocks. You throw rocks. It's super simple. It's like, it just seems decent. It just seems like it's gonna be fine. It's just gonna seem like it's gonna be enough. For every other modified creature, so this gives us an encouragement to do a mid-size board. Again, not wide tokens, but a mid-size board with him in the charge. And he's only 2 mana. It's cheap. Low curve.
Easily turn it into a 2 mana 3/3.
It just creates a bunch of cool stuff. Like this is just good. It seems like it's decent.
Oh yeah.
And
Free
this
attacker.
actually seems phenomenal. First strike, death touch. And you death touch on the first strike. If you give this reach, your opponent can't attack unless they have creature removal. They need to remove this creature to attack. And unless they also have first strike, which is not that common. And if you give this, reach, which we have many options of doing, this seems like it's just an instantaneous stalemate, right? An instantaneous stalemate where we just say, you don't have what it takes to attack me. This creates that stalemate in virtually just one step. You will never trade. You will never trade up against me. Therefore, it's never in your best interest to attack me. And if it's never in your best interest to attack me, then I create that stalemate. Maybe I probably can't attack you because you have a lot of power on the board. You definitely cannot attack me because I have this. And then we want that because we have ways that can attack. Again, we have ways that can attack without being blocked. We have ways that can be attacked and chip damage. We have ways that can grow and win the stalemate because our creatures are getting bigger and scaling faster than them.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So yeah, first strike on this is just like, this just seems amazing to me. Like, it's 2 for 4, yeah, but like it does what the deck needs, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
No, I definitely see that.
Yeah. Volshock Battlemaster. I don't know about this because we want a wide board. We don't necessarily want one creature to have all of the equipment. But it is haste, and we can just play that out. It immediately gets all the equipment, swings, dies, and then we re-equip other things. Like that might be enough, especially mid-game if we only have 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. That might just be a good shock, a good surprise, and say, hey, can you deal with this turn right now? And if that answer is no, then we can cascade that into the rest of the game. If the answer is yes, well, do we create some attrition? Do we make them trade down for it? Do we make this do more damage than they're ready to trade for on that particular turn?
Right.
Again, is that good?
Be better it definitely would be better in a Voltron deck because you want, if you're playing a bunch of big equipment, 5 mana to equip all your big equipment for sure. Yep. But this can definitely be a value.
Voltron deck meaning one that you're making just the biggest biggest model that you can, right? Yeah, which is not this deck, but I don't know if this is worth it being in the deck because it is very different from the theme. But it does ask that question. It does ask that question to the opponent, and sometimes that might be enough to justify it. I don't know.
Oh yeah. This
can shake up another mid-game deck where the mid-game deck just says, "Oh no, that's a problem," and either if they can't deal with it, then like I said, create a win more situation. Put your opponent on the back foot so they're playing defensively, and thus playing more defensively and stalemating out. Which again, we win stalemates. In theory. We might not. I don't know. Again, a really good reach option. Like, it's a 3 mana 1/4 reach, which is fine, but then you put that on something else and it becomes a thing.
That may become way stronger.
Yeah, it becomes wildly stronger very quickly. Vicious Cobra, right? Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, you definitely put down Vicious Cobra.
Yeah, I have a 6 I have a 6 health model minion creature, whatever you want to call it. You know how it goes. I have a 6 health thing that has 6,000 power when attacking a creature. That's another way of thinking about this type of death touch. It's like I have a model that has an infinite attack stat when attacking a creature. That's what it is mechanically at the end of the day, right?
That's exactly. Let's say you're playing against they have an injured copper dragon. They need to do that combat damage to create all those treasures. You're just going to say, well, you're not attacking me with that.
No. just stare at them and say, Then we have Yavimaya Nats, which I discussed before. It's another way of creating this stalemate and stalling so that we can grow. And then in this particular deck, all of a sudden it gets teeth, right? All of a sudden this ends up not being a defender. This ends up being like, oh no, wait, I'm swinging for 6 damage off of my 0/1 flyer, right? That has that potential. It's versatile. More versatile in this deck than it would be in most. And it still creates that stalemate.
Correct.
And then look, a two
And
mana unblockable.
you know what, folks? Just start running horsemanship. You know, you're not going to be able to beat Jade if you don't run horsemanship. Just
No, creature removal deals with this, right? You can like firebolt this or terror this. Like there's a lot of ways around that, but it has to be you have to have a spell way of killing creatures, and any spell way that gets rid of creatures is at best a 1-to-1 card trade, right? Whereas a creature can trade 3-to-1 or 6-to-1 or do damage infinitely until your opponent can deal with it, right? This creates a very difficult situation for your opponents. And
this can eat the removal spell instead of your commander, because like, oh, I don't want to get hit, so they're going to take care of the unblockable. Or your commander is really the true threat because it's the one pumping your whole field.
Yep, and this gets increasing damage, and you just sit there and say, hey, yeah, you can't attack me because of all these stalemate creating cards that I've had that make you attacking me meaningless. I can attack you because I have something that you can't deal with.
Oh, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And that's the goal. That's the primary. That's the secondary win condition, but that's also I think that's honestly the primary one that I looked into when I picked out these cards. The primary win condition with Chishiro should be expected to be, I scale better than you. You know, it should be, I have a bunch of creatures that are just big and strong and stompy. Can you deal with them? But I'm leaning into the win condition of I have creatures that you can't attack into, which is what Chishiro also does. It creates creatures that your opponent has difficulty attacking into, either because you have too many tokens or because they're too big for your opponent to attack into, but then says, I win this stalemate every single time.
And also with a commander being generally a four-person player game, you can, if someone has 1 million blockers to deal with all your other creatures that can be blocked, you can just send this one lone creature to them and focus all your other fire on the other players.
Exactly, yeah. Now then, I didn't add any swords yet, which is going to be a good idea.
On my list that I have only 2 swords to recommend. But that would be Sword of the Animus, because one thing I do notice, I do in my deck is when people need mana bases, they come to me. So and this being a modified deck where you want equipment, this is such a perfect recurable, just rampant growth.
Absolutely makes sense to me.
And the other one, which is probably my favorite sword of the bunch, is Sword of Hearth and Home.
Sword of Jazz and Beans? Hearth and Home.
Not only does it give you protection from white, which is a lot of just exile effects, so
a lot of removal that we want to avoid.
Right. This also ramps you for just basic lands that don't come in the field untapped. This is more evasion. It lets you kind of enter the battlefield effects. So like Godo, we go back to Godo Band of Warlord. When it enters the battlefield, you can find an equipment attached to it. You can just blink Godo and just have another tutor.
Want to hear another cool idea?
What's that?
So, where was it? Sword of the Animist? Oh, it's only when it attacks. Never mind. So, okay, never mind. I had an idea, but it was wrong. Never mind. Disregard. Disregard this idea. Sword of Dungeons and Dragons. What? No.
Yeah, so the Sword of Dungeons and Dragons is a joke card that they made, which can be played in Commander if your player agrees.
But many of the swords also do damage. Many of the swords also have special effects when you deal combat damage to a player. And again, we have things that can sneak through. We have these Libu Master at Arms that's like, oh, hey, wait a minute. What if this Sword of Light and Shadow actually gets to hit the opponent every time we hit the opponent? You know, what if this becomes a reliable effect, not a once in a while, if you're really lucky and you manage to find a gap in your opponent's defenses? What if this just becomes the thing that you can do every turn, right? Every turn you can gain 3 life and return a creature card from your graveyard, right? Like, what happens when that becomes a reliable tool?
And probably the most annoying sword for people to deal with, which may actually be beneficial for Nick for ramping purposes, is sort of Feast and Famine. Not only does it discard a card, but also untaps all your lands when you hit.
Ooh, okay. Well, we are getting into way too many cards. We will have to start trimming out things. So, in the artifacts section, what do you think this is here that doesn't need to be? What do we...
So going over my
What do we
list,
trim?
so going over my list, if we're focusing on artifacts, we put in the Sword of First and Home and the Sword of Animus.
Yep.
The other recommendation I would say for this one would be either Reaver Cleaver or the Reaver Cleaver.
The
This
Reaver
is a new,
Cleaver.
this was a new card that was just added. Where depending on how much you scale or you hit with one of your bigger creatures, this creates treasure tokens. If it hits a player or a planeswalker.
Okay.
And also it also gives you trample. So if we go back to the what was it, the Goblin Battlestar or Morningstar was a
Where was that?
did you already cut it?
I mighta. Hold up. Yeah, I did. What was it called again?
Yeah, it was Goblin Morningstar. You definitely already cut it.
Okay.
Well, well, the Reaver Cleaver just gives trample. So is there any equipment that currently giving you trample right now?
Yeah, I think I put in a few. This gives trample, the Dwarven Hammer. And that one did, which I had cut, but is returned.
Well, we can easily just get rid of Goblin Morningstar.
Yeah, the Scepter is a much better trample one. The Scepter here that creates creature tokens, pretty nice.
Oh yeah. So
the Ripsaw also gives trample.
So then, if we really want to start cutting to replace, I would probably recommend the Ripsaw. Only for the fact that requires you to sacrifice mana, or this one gives you trample and also gains you additional mana.
Absolutely. And we have protection from black, green, white, black, and we need something with protection from red, huh?
You might want Fire and Ice or War and Peace or actually, you might want Sinew and Steel.
Really? Well, I remember Fire and Ice because I remember this card when it being out and being super overpowered. But
yes, that helps you get rid of artifacts and planeswalkers, which are planeswalkers are definitely one of the hardest things to get rid of, if just for direct damage. But this also covers black and red for you.
Okay, but this gives us card draw, which could be valuable. But yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah. But now we're adding a whole bunch of stuff. That might be too many things. I don't know.
Well, if we want the card draw, then I would definitely say we have a couple of different mana stuff, though we could possibly get rid of the sort of the Animus if you wanted the card draw.
I've seen. Okay, fair. We also could get rid of the Boots of Speed, but then again, there's a really cheap equipment, which is a good thing to have. But then again, we also have a bunch of equipment creatures, so we might be overloaded. We are definitely overloaded on equipment, probably, maybe. I don't know. Well, we'll trim later. I wanted to hear your additions to artifacts and your thoughts on my artifact stuff, but I wanted to go over the creatures first so you could see that part of the mentality of my brain mind.
The only other artifacts that I would recommend are just your basic mana rocks between Soul Ring, Mind Stone. But those are when I usually build a deck, I usually worry about the theme afterwards. I always make sure I have a consistent mana base.
That makes sense.
But for a couple creatures, well, we can get into that when we get to the creature section. But definitely for at least for the modified package for equipment, things how the other way you could take this deck would have been enchantment, but we're focusing on artifact. So
well, I do have enchantment. I do have a fistful of enchantments. We haven't gotten to them yet. I just wanted to cover creatures so we could go back to artifacts because some of the artifacts require knowing what creatures they're gonna be available on, right? We require knowing what creatures are gonna be in the deck to use them. So yeah, now we can cover creatures then, and then we can cover enchantments and a couple of instants I tossed in there.
Right. Well, if we're looking at adding and replacing, maybe instead of focusing on creatures, we should start focusing on your land base first.
Okay.
Only reason I say that, we only have one land in the deck.
Look, check out this thing that someone recommended.
That is actually one of the cards that I had on my list that could possibly be added if we want more of an enchantment route.
Sick. Sorry, I am just paying attention. Thought Vessel? Why would we have that when we can have a Library of Ling? It's actually, I don't know.
Oh, why would you have a thought vessel when you just have a Railcore tower?
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, the
Yeah.
the only bad thing about now there is one downside to Mana Rocks is if you're playing against a red player, you can definitely expect your or actually even just a white player in general, red or white player, and you can say goodbye to your Mana Rocks at some point in the game. They're always running just artifact destruction.
Yeah. Just put a shadow in your deck. You know you want to, and a
Or
disenchant for that matter, or not. Naturalize.
just the
Ooh,
green
what's
version
that?
of Jan.
What is this? Lethal damage.
Oh,
I'll
this
take-
is
I missed it.
oh,
What was that card?
I don't know. I just
Strength.
remember it was from Orcorio.
Again, this is just something I picked up. I clicked on at random.
Oh, this is the gods. So this is the actual Magic card. But when Ikoria came out, they did a crossover with Godzilla, and this is the Magic equivalent of Godzilla. There's actually a Magic card called Godzilla Rage or something like that.
Sure, why not? You know, this would be funny.
Yeah, it definitely would.
It's +2/+2 enchantment. I mean that itself is, you know, not bad. It's just, and then it's, you know, Mountain Walk might just be a win condition itself. It might just casual win off of that.
I do want to bring up something. With you building the shell here, it is a different approach than I usually take. Because when like I said, when I usually build my decks, I build from the land to the mana ramp first, and then I start worrying about like the main scene. But that's just me personally.
I think, yeah, my first thing, cool. For me, what mana you put in the deck is going to depend on your ratio of colors to colors, right? To me, what mana you have depends so much on where your ramp is. So you have to, I feel like you have to have an idea of what your curve. You have to idea of know of like what's the high end of your curve, what's the low end of your curve before you can commit to any sort of mana ramp. Right?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah,
you can respect that.
Yeah, I can respect that.
All right. Well, let's go your way now. Let's dive down. Do you want to see the rest of the stuff that I tossed in here, or do you want to dive immediately into mana?
Well, let's go. There's a lot less enchantments in instances, so let's go down the list.
Okay.
For enchantment first.
Arnie slays the troll, which which seems fine. Like, it doesn't seem great, but it's like it's a 2 mana thing that does effectively cast 3 sorceries. You know.
Yeah, it's 2 mana. You immediately remove something if you have a creature on the board. The next step, adding a mana plus also modifying creature. And then on turn 3, well, if you're a little bit low on life at that point, there you go.
Yeah, and like early game, it's 2+1/+1 counters and a bit of ramp. Late game, this is potentially a heal for 20, right?
Oh yeah.
Also added the Bard class that we mentioned. We have a lot of legendary cards.
I did notice that when you're building that, so that definitely helps with your legendary. Legendary spells you cast cost 1 less. This effect reduces only the amount of call mana you pay, and then whenever you cast a legendary spell, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them this turn.
Probably just keep it. I would just keep it at level 2.
Well, if you wanted to, this is actually what we call impulse draw nowadays. Exiling from the top of your library and then do that. It is the red version of card draw, essentially.
Some card draw is good, you know.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, it's like it just seems decent, you know. And like the thing with legends, I wanted to mention, go back to this real quick. Same thing I said before about deck building cost. Legends are stronger than non-legends because legends have a deck building restriction. Now, in this deck, in a commander deck for Magic the Gathering, every single card can only be run 1 of. Well, the deck building requirement for legends is that you can only run 1 of them in the deck, so that's free. That is free increase. By like just immediately out of the gate, we are making a better value deck by focusing on legendary spells because those have a higher value, period. And then this enhances that.
That is... Yeah, I have nothing to add on that. You basically just... you nailed it.
because you're paying for the cost of the bonus for free. But in this deck, you might as well take a legendary card over a non-legendary card. Cinder Vines. I kind of put in some enchantments with a little bit of this theme. We can certainly cut it, but I added a couple enchantments with this idea that when your opponent casts a non-creature spell, because we want our opponent to play creature-based, right? We want our opponent to try to play a creature game against us because we win that encounter. If our opponent is playing all spells, well, we are in more trouble. So this is sort of creating an out against an opponent that isn't going to play our game, that isn't going to say, well, I don't care, you can deal with these creatures, I'm just going to cast a bunch of spells. So here we have something that says if they cast a non-creature spell, they get pinged. And we can destroy a enchantment, which can be game-changing, right? It gives us another enchantment removal.
This is just well, in the modern era, where, from what I heard, this is a taxation effect. Someone's playing Storm. Mm-hmm. If someone's playing Storm, which is just purely instant sorceries, this could just kill someone on their turn.
Yeah. And I like that name, calling it a taxation. I like that. That makes sense. Fire Whip, it's a really good card, okay?
Tap, enchanted creature, deals 1 damage, sacrifice, deals 1 damage.
It turns any creature into Tim.
Tim!
It's just good. But here's the thing. And here's the thing that I am considering adding. I think there's a Death Touch list. No, it's going to be a black card. We have only one card. We might want to add more, except that we already have probably too many creatures. But the creature deals 1 damage to the target, not Fire Whip. So our creature with Death Touch is instantly killing a creature. That almost might. There's probably a good Death Touch equipment, right? What is a good Death Touch?
Basilisk Collar.
Basilisk Collar. Death Touch and Lifelink sold. Done. I love it.
Beautiful. And there's 1 mana too.
Yep. So this Fire Whip has more value than it looks, and they used to be an old funny combo. Hello, Luke Morse. There used to be an old funny combo where you put Nicol Bolas into play. And you gave Nicol Bolas a Fire Whip, because when Nicol Bolas does damage to an opponent, they discard their hand.
Oh, I can see that.
Yeah, and it's just like, ping! And it's at instant speed, so you do it after your opponent's draw step, and it was stupid. It was absolutely beautiful. But that was, this idea is reminiscent of that. We don't have a whole lot of support for it, but it's still just a good effect, right? It's still just a good effect to have, even if it's not... even if we don't have a whole lot of special tricks for it,
Right.
So, Vengeance. Sort of.
That just gives you a bunch of stuff. It doesn't give you Death Touch, but it gives you a whole list of stuff.
It might not be bad. Okay, we'll add it now, and we can thin things out later.
Might as well add now and then, yeah.
Yeah, we already at 85 cards before adding any. We're with a single land in our deck, so you know what? We got a ways to go, and we might as well add in cards and then cut cards. Instead of this. Yeah. Footfall Crater. I don't know that I love it because the land gets it, and the land isn't something that Chishiro buffs. But at the same time, it's just a good card, and it has cycling if we don't need it.
It's card draw, but also at the same time, it's repeatable trample and haste.
Yeah, it's repeatable.
If we don't need the mana, there's no reason for us not to just give something free trample.
But yeah, Hot Spring seems very, very good.
That was actually on my list for cards to include.
Yeah, it's modifies creatures and gives everything haste. It's global haste. We discussed Jugen before. It just seems like a really good card for everything that we're doing. Just absolutely everything that we're doing.
Yeah.
Lure. I mean, opponent must block everything with this creature, and it's an enchantment. And it's a golden apple.
It's literally a win con.
Yeah, it's a win condition. Mana Flare, because if we're playing in a 4-player commander game, then that makes me the candy giver, and that people don't want to hurt. For that same idea, we could add a Howling Mine.
I would be too careful in Howling Mine because we don't. So there are ways. Howling Mine has been updated just very quick. If it is tapped, it no longer lets players draw a card. So there are cards that abuse Howling Mine, where if someone gets too far ahead, they'll tap their artifact, their Howling Mine in this example, and no extra card draw for you until you stop. Sort of deal.
Okay. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Actually, interesting. Neat. Okay. Natural Emergence. I kind of like this because, again, it creates a stalemate. If all of our lands are 2/2 first strike, well, if you block a creature with enough first strike things, it's enough, right? And an opponent who only has ground troops, even if they have like a big token deck, might say, "Oh, heck, I can't swing into you. I can't swing into you because you have a whole bunch of first strike creatures that can kill my 1/1 tokens that I would otherwise swarm you with."
That is true. On the other hand, this is a double-edged sword, because if someone plays like Wrath of God or a Damnation, there goes all your lands.
That is very true, and that is a danger. But so I don't know if it's the right pick, but it's an interesting one. At the very least, it's interesting. And that's why I wanted to bring it, at the very least, bring it up to talk about.
Yeah.
And again, if you're not playing, this is another one of those taxation cards, as you called it. If you're not playing a creature deck, then you should feel bad. This basically says if you're not playing a creature-based deck, you should feel bad about your life.
How dare you? How dare you not play vanilla Magic with us?
Yeah, I'm sitting here playing a gentleman's game, and you're casting spells? That's basically cheating.
How dare you? How dare you, good sir?
I'm making a board, and you have the audacity to be playing black. I don't know. Probably not a good card for its cost anymore. Honestly,
I have to say this probably was never a good card for its cost.
That's probably true.
It's 5. That's really.
It's 5. It's real steep.
Yeah.
Creature controls you can't be countered. This is just good.
And then also it gives them haste or the 1/1 counter. It just automatically makes them modified when they enter.
Exactly. And this also counts for Chishiro's little tokens that they can generate as well.
It says non-token creatures. And then the token creatures...
Oh, that's... Okay, never mind. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Lurking Predators. We don't have... Yeah, that's interesting. It's kind of expensive, but it's actually kind of interesting. What do you think of this?
It's definitely a taxation effect that people would... The only worry that I have in here is if we look at our creatures, they're kind of small. And we don't really have a lot of big stompy creatures.
That's true.
This definitely fits in a typical Gruul Stompy deck, where Gruul Stompy is they play the big creatures and whatnot, and we don't really have a lot of heavy hitters.
Yeah, we have a lot of small things that equip well, as opposed to a bunch of big things. We're more of an early mid game deck. We're more of this zoo style. So yeah, I agree with you on that. Rune of Speed. It has a card draw effect. It's a cantrip.
And it's card draw. It can go to creature, or it can just go to the equipment to enhance the equipment.
I love this idea. I want to see if there's more of these. If there's any other things that do this.
You might just be able to type rune and see from there.
Let me just type Aura Rune. No, that didn't come up actually at all. Okay, hold up. Includes the text rune. That's a whole lot of other things. Yeah, that's gonna give us a whole lot of nothing doing. I can't think of what I would need to search for to get what I'm looking for here. Oh, here we go. It's runes of. Here's a couple of runes.
It seems like they may get just a whole set of runes, just like the whole circle of protection.
So here's a trample one. Yeah. Seems good.
And they're equipment auras that fit that you play it even if it's on the creature or on the enchantment. It's still creating you tokens too.
Mm-hmm. Neat. That's a good. Yeah, that works. I also found this. As long as creature's red, it gains a double strike. As long as creature's green, it gains trample. We probably don't need as many trample equipments as we have in the deck, because we have other ways of getting trample, both from the enchant land and this and etceteras. but this is also a 5-mana card. But then again, it's Double Strike, which is stupid. Double Strike is insanely strong.
Double Strike is insanely strong. That's correct. I would argue there could be a better card if you look up Craterhoof Behemoth. Now, if anyone who's a casual Magic player, if played Modern or Commander, Craterhoof Behemoth is like a taboo because you play it. Oh, am I dead here? I think I'm dead here. And with us going more of a wide package. Now, this is definitely 3 more. It costs more, but it pumps all the side tokens that we're making from Chishiro plus all the creatures we have deal. This is just ends games by itself.
Yeah, that's interesting. Someone mentioned Cartouche.
The cartouches, they're similar like to the runes, but they were made for the Egyptian style set that came out.
Okay.
In particular, I remember that cartouche, what was it? The black one. I'm not quite sure if it was Ambition. That one was like the one everyone played because it dealt with early game stuff and also it gave lifelink.
That gives a dual effect, which is kind of interesting. That gives another trample effect. We don't really need the +1/+1 and trample effect. I don't think. Maybe we should just add Arena. Should we just add Arena? That's an idea. Well, it's not a Voltron deck though, so maybe not.
I'm not quite sure what Arena does.
Oh, it's a 2 creatures duel. Tap target creature you control and target creature an opponent controls. Each of those creatures deals power to the other, equal to its deals damage equal to its power to the other.
That could just be a utility land we play, and if we have nothing else, in fact, utility lands are really good in the game just for that reason.
And there's a utility land I definitely wanted to add. Maze of Ith. Yeah. It's just good. Like this creates that stalemate, right? If you have if you only have a Voltron card that you can attack with, then guess what? You don't deal with it.
And it can save your own creatures too. Shadow, no.
So where was I here? So I added in the runes of might and speed.
Yep.
Shadow in the warp. The first creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less. And then whenever opponent casts their non-creature spells, it deals damage. It's a tax and a reward.
It's reward for you, and it's similar to Cindervise, where Cindervise each. This one's just kind of first, but this can be considered mana ramp because it's the first one. Each turn for yourself.
Cindervines of Sea. Yeah, that one.
Which I believe, we have that in the deck. Cindervines is actually still a card that's played in the regular 60 card format just because, wow, this is just really good.
But yeah, this one seems incredible, and it's also dirt cheap. Like, that's 3 mana? That's a really good, effect for 3 mana.
Oh, yeah. Also, for folks who play Paper Magic, Shadow of the Warp, if you have the spare money to do it, pick it up now because it will only just get more expensive. There's only a limited print, it's a one-time printing.
That's a fair point. I don't plan on buying Magic cards again. I explained why last stream, Magic the Gathering stream.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, and then I don't know. It's a 2 mana +2/+2 aura, but it's also potentially just I win. If you're playing against a red player, you just win. I think
a lot of
actually
people do play red nowadays.
Though now that I think about it, no, man, go on.
I think it's definitely an okay card to keep because it's common. So let's say this one use a game and someone's like, I died to a common card. Really?
Well,
usually, really people lose the rare. But at the same time, there are such heavy hitters in red, such as what's the goblin? Dockside Extortionist. If you want to look that up very quick. That's just a really strong card in red right now. That if this card is so good that they had to make another reprint of it just because there was only one print before, and the card was like $80.
Nice.
And the card was still $80 because of that.
That seems pretty good.
This punishes players from it punishes your opponent for playing Artifacts Enchantment by giving you treasures and whatnot. But there's also other cards like Underworld Breach. That is, well, how black had its recursion and whatnot?
Yeah?
Yeah, well, red has it too now.
Huh.
if you're big into Greek mythology, this is definitely a flavor win for Greek mythology, escaping the underworld.
Mm-hmm.
But
I like it.
But there are plenty of other red cards effect that are just like that that I think that it justifies. But
it's also basically a sorcery. It doesn't need to be enchantment because it only lasts for one turn. But they made an enchantment just because the mechanics don't really favor creating a persistent effect like this.
But going back to volcanic strength, you can also just make this a unblockable again by just adding Blood Moon. Speaking of another taxation card, which I know you played with Blood Moon when you were playing.
Oh yeah, I played in the dark. I know that card. It's hilarious because people just okay. In a gaming store, what this card says is the more money you have, the more you lose the game.
Exactly. I do have to ask very quick before we continue. Do you mind if I quickly go fill my water bottle very quick? I just ran out of water. I just realized. Oh, all right. I guess Jade is not right there. Very quick. But folks, going back to the mountain walk situation with Blood Moon, there is for other heavy hitters in red. There's just a bunch of impulse draw now. For folks who don't know what impulse draw is, that is the red card draw where you exile from the top of your library. Usually you can play it till end of turn, but there are some effects that just let you play from till the end of your next turn. Cards include well, there's a popular commander now called Prosperous Tomebound that lets you impulse draw. But things how now you're back. Do you mind if I go fill my water bottle very quick?
Oh, go ahead. I just did the same.
All right, I'll be about 2 minutes.
Okay. I should start looking up lands. I don't know what lands are. What are lands? What do they do? I mean, obviously we're gonna need plains and we're gonna need mountains and forests. Obviously, like that's just baseline. But I don't actually know what jazz things mean. Parakata, Raging Ravine. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Put a +1/+1 counter on it, but does the counter go away after the turn? Because then it becomes a land again. And when it becomes a land, then it doesn't have that ability. It seems good. Actually seems very good. I like it. But the +1/+1 counter doesn't persist. So that's only a 3/3 that becomes a 4/4. But, I mean, it's... might be enough. It stays? It stays. Okay, if it stays, that's a big difference. Okay. I would have expected it not to stay. We should have a Birds of Paradise because we're playing Magic the Gathering. Therefore, we should have a Birds of Paradise in our deck if we're playing green. That's just Magic the Gathering. That's just the rules. What does this do? Wildgrowth Walker? Oh. I don't know. Wild Growth might be a... It's 1 mana for a ramp for 1, right? Like, that just seems like it's going to be decent every time. Maybe not. It would also get the +1/+1 counter from Chishiro, but at the end of turn, okay, so it gets the +1/+1 counter from Chishiro before it becomes land again. Okay, nice. Let's see, what is the thing? What are the other common green ramp cards? Because we're using green to ramp, but we want green to ramp both. What if we added a Lotus Veil? And then added like a Ley Druid. That could be an interesting idea. I don't know. Maybe that's probably not worth it though. But if we're adding also in the Wild Growth, maybe that's something that works. Maybe that we can make something happen with that. You can also activate Ravine more than once, and it gets an extra instance of the attack trigger. Oh, interesting. Really? So if you trigger a second time, it becomes the 3/3 red green, which it already is, but it gains another instance of the trigger. kind of cool. That is actually very cool. What if the lands produce multiple mana? Because if we're going to add in the Ley Druid, and there's another card that's identical to Ley Druid. Like, there's another Ley Druid that we can add in, so we have 2 of it. No? Okay. Doesn't have anything that has that, but it's wrong. Lotus Field? Lotus Field? Oh, it's just a pure upgrade. Okay. That's kind of cool. I like it. I don't know if do we want both, though? We might not want both. Hexproof is very good, though, because Lotus Veil was a big target, because if you remove 1 land, you remove 3 land. That was very much a thing.
Oh, Lotus Veil. I was looking at this card earlier because this is actually making... this card is popping up in competitive play for other formats.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking... Yeah. Hear me out on this. I want to hear your thoughts on this thing. We'll probably should cover the instance as well, but... Wild Growth... It's just a 1-mana ramp for 1, right?
Easy. That's actually on the card list I wanted to talk to you about for when we get to it. But that card as well as Utopia Sprawl.
Ooh, what does that do?
It's very similar, but technically better.
Oh, it's the same thing, but better. Nice. I don't know if we want both. Probably not, but I don't know.
Well, if you think about it like this, it's this kind of fits like the Dragon Approach theme, but this one also lets you tap a red.
Then we can add in a Ley Druid.
But that's 3 mana compared to 1 mana, where the 1 mana also gives you a 2/2 body.
For what now?
So Ley Druid is 3 mana 1/1 that you can tap it to untap target land, correct?
Yep.
With Topia Sprawl with our commander, it not only does it cost 2 mana less, but it gives us a 2/2 body with Chishiro.
No. Okay.
No.
Okay. Here's the thing, though. If you untap the land with Utopia Sprawl on it, you can tap it again. So this Ley Druid becomes 2 mana. The Lotus Veil becomes 6.
I see now.
You see that?
So that could definitely be a way to go for a ramp package, yeah.
And then there was another... I remember this vividly. I remember this because it was so strange. But there was another Ley Druid that was identical. Another 1 green, 2 colorless card that can tap to untap a land you control. And I remember it being so strange. Juniper Order. There it is. I found it. Juniper Order Druid is... Can I see the Druid? There we go. It's literally the same thing.
Play it as an interrupt. So instant.
Well, I mean, now the modern equivalent would be this is played as a mana source. That's what it would mean nowadays. Or even if it's an instant, then it's the same as Ley Druid. Yeah, let's play as an interrupt. So it's the same as Ley Druid. Effectively, yeah. But the idea is then we have, it's 2 different cards that are actually the same card. This gives us a little bit more of reliability. But then we have the Wild Growth and the Utopia Sprawl as our ramp abilities, and then the Lotus Field and the Lotus Veil as, that turns both of these druids into hyper ramp.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that.
It's combo ramp. It's comboing ramp.
It's combo ramp. How often do you think we could possibly get this in the actual game itself?
We have 2 activators, the Juniper Order and the Ley Druid, both of which, very importantly, function on their own. Right? They're not like bad cards on their own. It's still a 3-mana ramp. It's not great, but that's on there. Then
still a blocker if we need it.
Yeah. Then we have Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 activations. Lotus Field, Lotus Veil, Utopia Sprawl, Wild Growth. So we have 2 activators and 4 activations.
Okay.
Plus, we also have silly things, which we can look at more with other lands, because this Ley Druid works on Arena.
Sure.
The Ley Druid works on Maze of Ith.
I can put you in. Well, if we're going that route for untapping lands, may I recommend 2 lands? That would be War Room and Bonder's Enclave.
Hold on 1 second here. Someone pointed out something very correct. We can also add an Argothian Elder, which is untap 2 target lands. That would give us a 3rd activator for this combo package.
That is true. But then we
that
take
is...
away more blood for the modifier.
Agreed. And it's not as good a card because it's already 4 mana, and honestly, we have a fairly low curve. Like, our curve is surprisingly low, right?
Yeah, I mean, our most for when it comes to creatures, probably 4 mana is our cutoff point. Well, we have our highest being 6 mana, being Godo and a Kiki, but those are supposed to be like game ender cards anyway.
Right, and Lubu, which is very much a game ender as well. But then we also have the Ochre Jelly, so we do have that. And honestly, seeing this, we don't need the Mana Flare. The Mana Flare will hurt us more than it helps us because it'll ramp our opponents more than us. But there is also the fact of that we have a lot of equip costs. We are going to be having to pay a lot to equip things. So if we play, for example, Li Bu, we also need to pay 3 to equip the Cleaver, 2 to equip the Sword, 3 to equip the Sword of Vengeance. We have a lot. We have a low curve, but a high mana need.
And that is actually, I would say, one of the downfalls from playing Chishiro.
Yes.
Because it has natural ramp in green,
mm-hmm.
but it's also missing white. White being one of the main artifact colors where it can actually equip stuff free. I mean, for example,
sorry, go ahead.
There's white cards including Pierce Steel Paladin. There's the Guard's Aid, Halvar, God of Battle. The list goes on.
Oh, here's just a better version. Krosan Restorer is just a better Ley Druid. Okay, so we put this in and remove I'll remove the Ley Druid and keep the Yavimaya, or whatever it was. But that's just a better card. This Krosan Restorer is just a better card. It doesn't die to a 1 damage ping, or a -1/-1 counter. It's the same casting cost, and it has a threshold ability for late game. That's actually incredible. That's perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for.
But someone is pointing out in chat Seder Voyager as well.
I'm pulling up cities in order. That was just the yeah.
But this starts getting more
this
more into a land deck.
Right. I don't think we need to go that. Okay, Voyaging. This is just better. It's even 1/2. Okay, fine. We don't have to have the Juniper Order Druid. Fine.
But at the same time, making something better doesn't mean necessarily it's more fun to play.
It's true, but
you remember Journey per Ranger when you played before, so
true.
There's sentimental, and also, wait, you're playing that? What's that card do? Sort of effect.
Which I love. That's the thing that gives me happiness. Oh, real quick, Ambitious Assault +2/+0 draw cantrip if you have a modified creature, which we will. Flame Discharge deals X damage to creature or planeswalker. Because we want some nuke. Some nuke for removal is good. And then it deals X+2 if we have a modified creature, which, again, we will. We should. We should.
It's just a better Disintegrate.
Yeah. It's just, well... There's a lot of X-cost red spells, right? And all of them have a twist. Disintegrate is that it exiles, right? That's this big thing, is that it exiles.
Yeah, I believe that's like the only red effect that actually exiles.
And there's Fireball, which can be split amongst multiple targets if you pay the mana for it. Flame Discharge deals bonus for equipment. I wouldn't say it's a better Disintegrate, because Exile is a very strong ability.
Yes, you're Arcane Spellcaster in Dungeons & Dragons. The spell that you always take, Fireball.
Kami's Flare. It's 3 damage. It's a Lightning Bolt. And then... If you can... And then it's a Lightning Bolt +2 if you have a modified creature, which we will. Metamorph. I don't see any reason not to play this. I don't see any reason not to play this.
It's free. It's just a free card draw.
It's free. It's not even a bad top deck because you play it. If you top deck it, you just say, and you have no hand, you just go, okay, I play it and draw a card. You know, like it doesn't even cost you mana. It's free cycling if nothing else, and it might do something else.
This card was such a menace for a long time. I know in multiple formats. From a certain card called what was the Phoenix card? But there was a Phoenix card if you play 3 or more. I'm not quite sure what was the actual the name before it, but there was a Phoenix card. It wasn't forged on. I know that. Phoenix, for Phoenix of Action.
Hello?
I'm looking at all the Phoenixes right now.
It's not loading in the other Phoenix pictures. Hello? There we go.
But I know what the effect does. If you play 3 or more instances, turn it from the battlefield. So you would just play a bunch. You would just play a bunch of draw, discard, looting effects. Discard all your Phoenixes. Play a bunch of mana morphoses just to keep your mana and drawing stuff.
I do love Phoenixes, honestly.
Well, there's actually
just aesthetically. Now. Just aesthetically is all I'm saying.
Aesthetically.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
What?
What?
What? Oh, that's the. I remember this. This was somebody who had a card made so that they can propose to their partner.
Oh.
And they were working. I believe, if I recall correctly, and I'm probably wrong. I think they were actually Wizard of the Coast people, and when they made this to propose to somebody who, and it was a cute thing, and they actually made a card for themselves and printed it officially.
Thank you, Luke.
I vaguely remember the story. I might be pulling this entirely out of my butt.
In the card being Arc-like Phoenix. But so if that's the case, that's a pretty cool thing for Watsy to do.
A celebration, yeah, there it is. A celebration card created by Richard Garfield, made to celebrate his second marriage.
Oh.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah. So I did remember the story. Are there any Phoenixes that are actually good for us?
Probably not in this deck, to be honest. Phoenixes have always been niche. Mainly played in the 60-card limited formats, but there is actually a Phoenix commander now that focuses entirely on Phoenix, so that would be Phoenix Tribal.
Yeah, maybe that might be an idea for in the future. Someone said Arclight, and where is that? Arclight Phoenix?
Yep, that was the card I was thinking of.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, doesn't really fit this deck, but it is a cool card.
Anyways, it's just with Manamorphose, I remembered it, that's all.
Yeah. Naturalize? I mean, it's just one of the best cards in the game, as far as I know.
Yeah. Definitely good effect for us.
Shatter. Sometimes you just need to remove an artifact from play. There's probably better ways. There's got to be better ways than Shatter to destroy an artifact. But that's the one that I think
of. What I would recommend then for Shatter would be Vandal Blast.
Okay.
It's just 5 to destroy all artifacts.
Okay, great. That's better in every way. And then Simoon.
Each card.
You're
playing a weenie deck?
Yep. One of the few decks that can really fight us for board and out-attrition us are weenie decks, and a good time Simoon can blow them out.
Laugh nervously as I play my new favorite pet deck, my consort.
So, like, this just seemed right, Like, either this or, like, Earthquake or something. But that's probably a terrible card. Nowadays. I don't know. But that also
it's
hurts
definitely good if you're playing, like, a dragon deck. Without horsemanship...
Oh my... But, like, what if?
I feel like that's just one of your board wipes in the deck that you put in because you have horsemanship cards.
That's hilarious, actually. What is that? Whoa, that's expensive. Oh, never mind.
Yes.
Oh, it's a Dragon Tribal card. Okay. So I just clicked on it and I saw it. Veragrowth. I don't know how much more ramp we need, but that's... yeah.
Well, we can go back, but let's focus on finishing the land first before we worry about land.
Yeah. And then sorceries
So,
are Kodama's Reach, the Rolling Earthquake, Shackles of Treachery, because this just is like, oh, you do have something that's actually threatens me. You do actually happen to have something that's bigger than mine that I don't have an answer to. Gonna grab that real quick.
mhm.
It's a
Yeah.
control magic. It's a red control magic, and that seems good.
And most decks do run equipment with because of Lightning
Mhm.
Greaves. If you're not running a
Well,
Lightning Greaves, what do you do?
no. If it's Lightning Greaves, then it has Shroud, and I can't use this.
But oh, it's target equipment attached to it. Well, there are still other cards
Mhm.
and whatnot.
Yeah, but like that. This just seems right because that gives us that out against an enemy who has a something annoying, and then we do just put that in. Sorry, that was it. That's everything that I put in. We're at 99 cards without any mana, so obviously we're gonna have to trim.
Well,
But
yeah, we're at the deck limit because of Chishiro counts as the 100th card. But
oh no, we have 3 man. We have almost no. We have no basic lands.
sure. So we'll have to cut out more cards than we add
Absolutely.
in more. Right
But
now.
that's expected.
So how many lands do you feel like you want to go? Do you want to go? My key is usually depending on the colors is 33 to 37 lands.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would say 35. We don't have. Well, we also have a healthy amount of ramp because we have the untapped lands and the Lotus Veils and the wild growth effects and things like it. So we have. I put in a Bird of Paradise when you weren't looking. So like we have a healthy amount of ramp. So we might be able to get away with 33 because of the amount of ramp that we have.
Okay. So then my recommendation is for 2 more lands would to be War Room and Bonders Enclave. That doubles as card draw for later on.
Okay, what was the other one?
Bonders, BON, and then Enclave.
Oh, there it is. S posture. Okay, yeah, that's always going to be available. I mean, yeah, and if we have enough mana, then that's good. Okay, that makes sense. I get it.
The other cards, you have a Taiga, so you can add in some. We can add in the other Mountain Forest cards, that being Stomping Grounds. Stomping Ground. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
Mutate. Mutate is such a fun mechanic.
Mm-hmm. It's a control magic, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Stomping Grounds. No. Subterranean Tremors. Come on. Load. Ooh. The destroying all the artifacts would destroy us, though.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
the
we
cool
can't
thing about
play
Vandal
that.
Blast is
Yeah.
it targets that you don't control.
Yeah, well, this is a cool idea as a board wipe, but we just can't run it. It just hurts us too much.
Bam bam. That love card, it just reminded me of the D&D art.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so what are the green-red lands that we need?
Let me bring up EDH Rex so that way I can just make sure I have. But the one is the Shockland being Stomping Ground. That's
Stomping
definitely.
Ground?
Yep, it's it's value to pay 2 life to have it come untapped.
Seems good.
All right, let me go to come on EDH Rex. Gruul. Let me type, and then let me just go to Gruul Mana Staples. All right, so then we have Cinderglade.
Oh wait, hold on. You just mentioned something and I just saw it. I just saw it a second ago. Where was it? Gruul Turf? That already creates 2 mana, so it's already another payoff for untap land cards.
Yeah, we can add that in.
Yeah, that's actually a really good payoff. It's very free. Let me just look through the Gruul things here. Do we need the Gruul Signet as well? I mean, we don't even.
It can be good, but my worry is that it's not really going to our main game plan. It's an artifact for sure, but it's not an equipment or an aura.
Mm-hmm. I'm just skimming through some of these things here, just to see if any of the Gruul, because those seem to have the colors?
Gruul is the Ravnica guild that focuses on red green. So when people say talk about red green, they usually say Gruul just for the color for recognition.
Got it. That's kind of cute. Oh, someone said that if a land gets a +1/+1 counter, it keeps it at the end if it becomes when it stops being a creature.
Yep. If a counter is placed on a permanent, it retains a permanent counter.
Okay.
Spellbreaker. That was such a fun card to play in standard when it was in
That would
rotation.
not be a bad idea. Which would be true of this as well. Because so if I don't know, it's an interesting idea. But we have too many cards. We needed to trim. Anyway, sorry. Go on. Lands. Yes, we were talking about lands.
All right. Going back, the next one after Gruul Turf that you wanted was Cinderglade.
Cinderglade. This makes sense to me.
Another one we should put in is Temple of Abandon.
I keep in mind we do have the Blood Moon in this deck, which is great, and I love it.
Next one would be for Mountain Forest would be Wooded Ridgeline.
Okay.
And then Highland Forest to finish it off.
Okay.
And then from there we can go into a couple of fetch lands. The main one being Wooded Foothills, which I'm pretty sure you probably remember.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this type of card was back around then when I played.
And we can just add in all the fetch lands that let you find forests or mountains. Yeah, they let you. It makes you pay 1 life, but it also fixes your mana constantly between all the different mountain forests we have.
It also thins your deck.
Yeah.
You know, it makes it so you're less likely to draw that forest later on when you want an actual card. Because that's always been one of my biggest problems with Magic is, you know, like shuffling your resources into your deck means that late game 40% of your draws are going to be useless because they're going to be in mana when you already have enough mana, and they're not going to be cards with board impact and game impact. That's always been a problem I've had with Magic the Gathering.
Then maybe for a future deck, something you might want to look into might be a blue-green lands deck that lets you draw cards when you play a land.
Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, what if I ran Abundance?
It would let you choose what you want.
Yeah. What if that's just like a good and cool thing to do? If we need mana, we can get mana. If we don't need mana, then we can guarantee that we're going to get cards that have board impact. And it doesn't mill us either, for that record.
Yeah, just put them all on the deck.
Yeah. I think that's fantastic, because we don't actually need that much mana for most of our stuff, right? We have a couple of late game things, but by and large, most of our creatures cap out at 4. And yes, we have to pay the equip costs as well. That is a tax on us, but we can you know, sit on 5-6 mana and then just play this in late game, make sure that every card we draw is a card that is playable. Yeah, I think Abundance is a good play. I think that's a good pick.
Mm-hmm. All right, so how many lands do we have? 16?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so between if you want to include the fetch lands, we can do that. That does increase the power level of the deck going forward because it's tutors and whatnot. Tutoring always is always just good for the deck. And then after that, I feel like we can just finish with your basic forests and mountains. Probably more forests because we've been touching on a lot of green. I feel like in the deck. Well, actually, no. There's actually I think it's a mix. There's definitely a lot of red. I've also met.
Yeah, there's a lot of red in the and there's a lot of both, and there's a lot of gold. To be honest, there's a lot of healthy amount of gold in the deck as well.
Yeah, so I feel like equal amount would be good.
Probably equal. I mean, I don't know. I wish we had a line here that would just immediately break out and say, hey, here's what your deck looks like right now. Like like mana wise, like give me that breakdown.
Yeah.
But we can eyeball it. I'm not gonna sweat. Luke
so-
has a very good point that we should have more forests because Blood Moon. Because Blood Moon exists in the deck. That's relevant.
And there's really no way to break parity with it in our deck.
What was that?
There's no way for us to abuse that. There's no way for us to abuse a Blood Moon because we're not playing mono red.
No. Well, yes. I mean, sure there is. If we Blood Moon is only for non-basic lands. So if we have more basic forests, we'll still have access to our green, and we can use this to hose over our opponents.
Oh yeah, I'm referring to there are decks that run Blood Moon, and they can break parity, meaning they get around their own stacks or taxation effects.
Which we do if we run more forests. If more of our fetch lands are red and more of our basic lands are forests, then we're more safer against Blood Moon because we'll have actual forests in play more likely.
Sure.
I think that's a cool idea. I think that's a good idea. I like that thought.
Sure. All right. So then you want to include Evolving Wilds and Terramorphic Expanse. That will find you basic lands for either mountain or whatever you need.
And Evolving and Expanse. Terramorphic Expanse. Aha.
Okay. Fetch land. All right. I'm just getting all the fetch land that we could run in the deck.
We don't need all of them. Honestly, I think that's probably enough.
Okay.
And then we just have mountains and forests. And what do you want to say for each?
Oh, with Blood Moon, how many lands we have? We have 18, so we can go to 33.
No. We have 15 or so because we have Arena and we have the Maze of Ith.
Okay.
Not all of our lands are mana lands, and War Room. Like not all of our lands produce mana, so we have 15 lands that produce mana right now, I believe.
All right. So then, if that's the case, we would want to probably do a mix of 9 forests and 6 mountains.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. What was that again?
9 forests, and then 6 mountains.
Oh, let me get forest back. There we go. This lets you choose different colors ones. So I have 9 forests, but I have 2 of 5, 2, 1, and then 1 snow covered.
A little bit of mixture.
Just a bit of visual diversity, right? Because otherwise everything looks too samey. Everything might look too samey. Everything has the risk of running too samey.
That's the one downside I see of Cockatrice. In Paper Magic, it's very easy to change your basic land types. So Cockatrice was all usually using one art source.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that's only on your end. It's client side. It's not server side. Cockatrice.
No, these are flagged as different cards. So this would actually be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this would actually be server side because for Mountain A, Mountain B are mechanically different cards. Now, having my basic Mountain B revised version, that is client side. But as far as having snow cover, the forest, and the forest, that should be server side.
Well, that's cool then.
Yo, Carpulsian Forest. Yo.
Yes, the shock land. Oh, not shock land. The pain land.
Yep. What is that?
Oh. That's for Planescape. Planescape is a multiplayer chaos format where you can go to a plane, and once per turn you can try to roll the planar die. The planar die is a 6-sided die that has 2 symbols on it. There's the chaos, and then there's the plane die. Plane die, you shift and you go to the new plane. The chaos is you activate the effect of the plane.
Okay. So we have 127 cards.
So we need to cut a
27.
lot.
We need to we need to cut 28 cards because Chishiro I put on the sideboard. So
yep.
It's time to thin. There were some obvious thins, right? We had What were some of our more obvious? I think the Blazing Sunsteel just doesn't have as much. I don't know. Maybe it is good. It does the. No, that is good.
Probably want to cut down on our creatures because we're getting creatures from Chishiro itself.
Mm-hmm. We can nuke the Boots of Speed because we have the the Lightning Greaves.
Okay.
We have just have better ones. The Javelin isn't amazing. It might be worth dropping, but I think it's also could be good. We have a lot of swords, but so that's kind of like what we want in the deck. So I don't know if that's a bad problem.
I feel like Sword of Vengeance
this
we
is
don't
not
really
good
need.
enough. Sword of Vengeance, you think? That's fair.
It's not.
It's good. It is good though.
Not giving any. It is a good card, but it's definitely better than a Voltron deck.
This is definitely not good enough for the deck.
I can agree with that. Because we're
Daryl's too funny not to take. The Goblin Graveler might not be good enough because it's very similar to the Champion of the Flame, but worse. Like, it's just worse. It's not a bad low-cost card to start scaling up with Chishiro, but I think it might just not be good enough.
That's fair.
This might not have enough value. Godo's bonkers. Godo is really good and scales well to late game. This actually seems phenomenal.
Yep.
But it's honestly 3 mana for 3. 3 is just good. Like, that's just baseline good. Like, that's just good right out of the gate.
And it just makes all the spirits that you make just modified already.
Mm-hmm. It immediately modifies all the spirits that Chishiro makes, and everything. Just literally everything. Also can't be understated. That also does buff the Stang Echo Warrior buff units. Actually, wait, are those considered humans? Is Stang a human? Oh, he is a human. Yep. Never mind. Disregard. All right. The Spellbreaker.
I don't feel like it's good enough because it only gives itself hexproof and it gives you hexproof. It doesn't give all your permanents hexproof. If you want a hexproof thing, there's definitely easier enchantments to get around for that.
I'm just thinking, like, it's a 3 mana 3/3 that comes in modified with Riot that has trample baseline. Like, it's more that it's a good card for its cost than that I think that it's right for the deck. And sometimes you just need to play good cards, right? Sometimes a 3/3 for 3 is just good enough. Sometimes, I'm sorry. Sometimes a 4/4 for 3 is just good enough mana value. Like 4/4 for 3, 4/4 trample for 3, ignoring the hexproof, which we shouldn't ignore. But 4/4 for 3 trample, I think might just be baseline good enough to play in the deck.
Okay.
Like just numerically, just numbers wise.
Mm-hmm.
This probably isn't good enough. It's a 3 mana 2/3 that is a 3 mana 3/4. That's not as good as the Spellbreaker, right?
I can see that, yeah.
It doesn't have anything else. That's all it does. Juniper Order we keep because we can do cool things with it. We have a handful of things that have high equip costs, and this it makes sense. I think this is good.
It's free modification.
Yeah, we can cut it later if we decide it's not good enough, but like it's not on the first pass out. That's good.
Yeah.
This is a win condition. This plus Lizard Blades or something just wins the like that's just a win condition.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably the coolest card in the deck.
They're dancing swords, basically.
I love it. Same with Libu. So we're Zerong, Lubu, and even the Yellow Scarf it's just good. I think this is a good late game deal with me thing. I think this might just be a solid card.
I feel like there's a replacement we could do for that. If we could replace it with a what's the 7 mana card that created a bunch of 0/1s?
Well, what are some of our weaknesses? Board clears, right? A Wrath of God says ruins our game. You know, if we get a Wrath of God, and then we just say, oh no, we're in a bad position. This card is immune to Wrath of God. If you Wrath of God, and this is a 10/10, now it's a 5/5, and you still have a creature in play post Wrath of God. Or any other equivalent effect. Anything that doesn't exile cannot board clear this. And having something that's resistant to board clear, I think is... I don't know more creatures that have that, but something that's resistant to board clear sounds really valuable to me.
Okay.
That's where my mind is. I feel like this is more valuable than it looks on the base level, because it survives through yeah, and it's a big bomb late game. That is also 1000% true. If we go super late game, this can be our closeout. Take this and make it a a 20/20 because we have just drawn a ton of mana, and then swing with it because we give it haste and flame belcher and double strike. Right? That can be a late game closeout, or it can be a mid game card that is immune comes in with counters, so it is getting growing from Chishiro immediately, and it just gives us that resistance. Gives us that resistance to board wipes. Same thing with why I have the dark steel plate. Where's the dark steel plate in? Because that's also what gives us resistance to board wipes.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah. Merge Keeper is not good enough, is it? It's not. It's not. We have the Lay Druid package with the Lotus Veils and everything else involved with that. That's not good enough.
And if we really want to, we replace that with either Incubation Druid or Gyre Sage.
Yeah, we got tools. We have other options. We don't, and I don't think we even need them. I think do we have It's kind of good, and it's kind of cute. It's a rabbit. Like, it's kind of cute. I'm sorry, I kind of love it.
And it's more equipment.
Yeah, it's more equipment. It's another cheap haste effect if we need it on something else. And it's a cute little it's a cute little low curve rabbit. This is just good with all of our equipment. We have enough equipment to justify Rogath. I really do think.
Mm-hmm.
Although maybe we should have a piece of equipment that's just raw stats. Like, what's a good piece of equipment that just is like +4/+4?
There's like a bunch of vanilla. There's a bunch of vanilla ones. There's too many to name.
At least one. I want a bunch of stats on this. Might not be a bad idea.
Then you're looking at it's a legendary creature, right? Rograk?
Yeah, Rogath is.
Blackblade Reforged is what you're looking at. Blackblade Reforged.
Okay, yeah, we have a lot of legendary creatures to fuel this. And one of our legendary creatures one of our non-legendary creatures can equip it for free anyways, right?
Yeah, and then if you just need to go fall back on the commander damage, this is just buffs up Chishiro so much.
It does. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Although we do have less lands than normal because of the Lotus Veils, but like still, that's just raw stats. That's just target creature big.
Yep.
Which is what I was looking for. Maybe Commander's Plate too? I don't know.
I feel like Commander's Plate, if you run Commander's Plate, there's like no reason to run all the other swords.
Mm-hmm. What was that?
That was such a fun card for playing. When I first starting up, there was a card called Netherhall of the Primal Tide, and its win condition was Hot Soup.
Okay, I mean that's pretty good. I don't think we need that because we have enough horsemanship stuff that we can get by.
Mm-hmm.
But that's pretty good. So I'm just skimming through some of the basic line equipment. See if I see anything that fills me with joy.
I remembered the other card name that could possibly replace Ochre Jelly. It's Avenger of Zendikar.
Oh, I still have equipment selected. Avenger. Oh, the thing that Sprig was playing. Okay.
Yeah, it after a board wipe, you play this, and then you play land. All the creatures are already modified.
It's not bad. I don't know if I love it though. It's not bad though. It's cool. I don't think we need it, but I think that's very good. Okay. We should. It's a good mid to late game stomper. It's another flyer, which we do need a couple flyers. Someone said Colossus Hammer. Huh.
With Colossus Hammer, you want free equip though, because it costs 8 to equip, no matter what the target.
Yeah, but that's not bad. That's a lot of brute strength. Oh, but it's worth thinking about. Let's keep on going, but maybe we'll come back to that.
Right.
Because again, like that on a cavalryman, it wins, right? And the cavalry is not overpowered. Like, the cavalry is something that people don't account for, which is funny, but they're still vulnerable to removal. They're still vulnerable to just, getting countered. They're still vulnerable to having their equipment destroyed. I don't think that the cavalry cards are actually broken. I just think that they are very strong, right?
But they fit our play group fine because if we play meme decks, generally play the mid power decks. This is definitely a mid power deck.
Mm-hmm. This is a fair card, I think.
Yeah.
This is a bad card.
Yes.
Is it worth keeping for meme value?
I
don't know. I genuinely don't.
In the deck. I feel like there's other meme cards that we already have. Like
there's other meme cards that are better.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
6
fair.
6 mana 3/4 that is
it's
one
hyper
Doom
bad.
Blade.
Yeah. Stang is like, this is perfect for the deck. This is the kind of ideal. This is what we want in the deck.
Yeah, and it gives us extra swords for that combat too.
What is there a +5/+5 equipment that isn't
sure.
Like something in that range, a +4/+4 flying, or a +5/+5?
Again, I'm sure there is. There's too many for me to even remember.
Fair.
The one that only comes to mind is from a planeswalker that we can't even have access to.
I just searched for +5/+5 under equipment. Oh, hello. That only has equip 3, and it creates. We can sack it with +5/+5. We can sack it to make a 5/5 blue dragon that comes back. That's recursive.
And it Dragon's Fame, similar to Katana. Our commander is a samurai. It's pretty on point.
That's good. That's actually really, really good.
Paladin complete. Okay. Yep. It by itself already comes in as a 5/5 creature because of Living Weapon. Actually, that card has played a lot in Legacy and Modern. I would recommend staying away from the Cauldra cards because you have to run a whole package just to even make Cauldra.
That's one of those cool thematic cards. That's a bad card, but it's a pretty cool card, right? Like, thematically, that's a cool card. It's not good, and we're not gonna put it in the deck, but I like what this card's idea is. I like the concept behind it. It's a haunted plate mail that can fight on its own if no other creatures are around.
Sure.
And then the question is this.
Batterskull? It's repeatable. It's literally repeatable. I feel like that is an include. Comes in as a 4/4 with Vigilance Lifelink. Pay 3 mana. All right, bam. I want another 2/2.
And that's what I was kind of looking at before. Is like, what's just some base stats? Like, what just makes us bigger, And that does, and it has, this recoverability. It has this escape method. If there's a shatter, it's like, yeah, but I don't want it to go away, so we're not going to take it away. All right, so we're supposed to be removing cards, and we keep on thinking of cool cards to add. This is a problem. We have a problem right now. The problem is that there's too many cool cards.
All right, so let's go back after Stan. Tanuki, I believe we both said we really don't need it.
Because we both decided we have enough other ramp. Tempting listed as a win condition.
Yeah, for one person.
I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like it.
Just take it out then.
Yeah.
Tago, it's Goblin Rock.
It's not amazing, but it's decent, low curve, and effective. I think
whenever you play a land, you're getting a spirit, basically. Think about it like that.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. I like that. This might not be good. This is not good enough. Is it? No,
this isn't good enough. Wasn't good. This isn't good.
Yeah. This wants a billion things, not 1 or 2. This is not a good enough card for us.
And we want to go wide.
Ooh, I pressed the wrong button. All right, where is it? Yeah, that's not a good enough. That doesn't fit our theme. This is amazing. That's absolutely good enough every single time.
We're keeping it.
That's never not good enough.
Voyaging Fader is one of those mana ramp that we were looking at.
Yep. I think we take this off. This isn't the kind of yeah. This isn't what we're looking for to accomplish. This is Web Spinner Cuff is great
because of reach.
Mhm.
Yamavai Nat we wanted because it's our recurable flying blocker.
Yep.
And then the last one would be the Yellow Scarves Cavalry. And that's just horsemanship.
Yep, and that's a cheap win condition. That is a cheap win condition that equips extremely effectively and for yeah. Real quick, let me take a look at living weapons because now that we looked at them, living weapons fit this deck a lot better than these. These reconfigure things are worse than living weapons because living weapons come in as a modified creature. This does not come in as a modified creature, right?
But that is true. But when this comes in, it doesn't come in as a modified. But when it's an equipment, it automatically makes a 2/2. So it's more of a go wide strategy than level.
But then we need to spend 4 to reconfigure it onto that 2/2 if we want to actually start getting the ramp game going.
Okay, yeah. I can. That's definitely true.
So let's take another think of this. That's too expensive. Though she is cheap to equip, actually. Not good enough stat-wise, though. We have better hastes. Is this just better than the Web Spinner? The Web Spinner is only 3 mana. But it's a 1/4 reach. This is a 2/4 reach.
But 2 more mana.
For 2 more mana, but it's immediately a modified creature. It's immediately a creature that is going to get benefits from Chishiro. I think this is better. But we can obviously see, the green cost lowers it a lot. But I think for our purposes, that might be right. And then real quick,
it's just 1 mana. It's just cheap.
It's not bad. We might want this instead of some of our other cheap equipment because we have other cheap equipment that's not great.
It's so unfortunate we can't run Lash White, right?
Yeah, true. That no, that doesn't seem funny.
Batterbone is just worst Batter Skull.
Yeah.
Well, how many reconfigured creatures do we have?
Too many. Too many because I saw them and I thought they would be appropriate. Real quick, let me just finish skimming here. That's not bad. 3 mana for a... well, I guess it's not great either. No, it's not bad. It's probably not good enough. Hold on.
Oh,
that's kind of funny.
Not enough Dragon Approaches to eat the slime.
Middle Cyst.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah, that's... And then we probably put in Caldra. I think.
All right, just to address someone in your chat very quick. Soup Boy, no Dragon Approach.
No, I was ignoring that. I just wasn't going to give that to the time of day.
I apologize then.
They know their sins. They know their sins. So for reconfigure creatures, we have Lizard Blades, which is worth the reconfigure price.
It's just 2, so yeah, it's Double Strike.
Yeah, that's fine. The Rabbit Battery, which might not be worth it.
It is another haste enabler.
It is another haste enabler, though. But we don't care as much about haste, do we? Now that I think about it, we want to create this recursive board state of stalemates, right? So haste doesn't really make that big of a difference to us. We don't actually care that much about haste. We're not coming down and lightning striking the enemy. We're swinging with a couple things and forcing our opponent to be sad.
Mm-hmm.
Haste actually isn't that... Hexproof is probably more important than haste. Alright, we'll cut that. Rogoth works great, it equips great. Shivan is funny. That's a meme card I'll keep. Stang is core to the deck. Tempting List is core to the deck. Togo, yeah, we were already here.
Yeah, I feel like we look at enchantments just to cut.
Yep. Abundance we can cut. That doesn't actually do much. That doesn't actually do what I was hoping, thinking-wise.
Right.
I don't think that causes enough value. I think it's great, though.
How many cards
this might not be right. What was that?
How many cards do we have in the deck?
We're still at 118, so we got to cut 20 more, roughly. Arnie Slays the Troll, I think, doesn't quite fit. I mean, we keep the Bard class. This works great.
Yeah, you still have plenty of legendary creatures.
But I think that the troll slaying isn't controllable enough, right? Like, we can't guarantee that we always want to have the fight. We can't guarantee that the ramp is going to be effective. We can't guarantee that the life gain is going to be appropriate, right? Is a lot of up in the air things about the timing of this because we don't control the timing and our opponents know the timing and our opponents can play around this saga very effectively, I think.
Sure.
So I think that gets cut. Eh?
Yeah, no, I was agreeing with you.
Okay. Bard class, though,
Bard
we keep
class.
because, yeah, that's just...
Blood Moon we keep because that's one of our taxation effects.
Yeah, Blood Moon
stat.
is... Yeah, Blood Moon is target player concedes the game in frustration.
Yep.
Maybe. And that might be a good enough reason to cut it for playing casual, but still, it's a thing.
Just a quick note on the Blood Moon being casual. There's nothing wrong with running a couple of strong cards in deck for casual.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cindervines probably just isn't right for us. It's a good taxation effect.
It is interaction for champions and artifacts.
It is... Yeah, that's true. That's worth it on its own. We might want to cut Fire Whip, as much as I love it. It's just not really enough.
We don't have any direct damage. The only person that really benefits from it is your one Death Touch per strike.
And anything with a Basilisk Collar on, and anything that... Any recursive damage is another stalemate breaker, right? That is something like, okay, I'm just going to ping you for one. I'm going to win this game eventually. That's more useful in 20 health regular games than 40, but that
sure.
I don't know if it's worth it or not. But let's put it on the chopping block and leave it for now. We have a lot of ways of getting trample and a lot of ways of getting haste. I don't know if this is right.
Well, then I feel like that's definitely an auto cut.
This is a good card. I just don't know that it's right for the deck. Hot Spring is good.
Jungi is good.
Jugi gives us a really strong late game. It gives us a late game. This single-handedly gives us a late game. Lure, win condition.
I feel like we cut Natural Emergence.
Do you think so? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Grove is ramp.
Yep, it's a good ramp. I think we keep Pred though. I think Pred is good.
We're keeping Cinderbite. There's no reason to cut Predator Advantage.
Yeah. Rhythm is really good. But it's also, I don't know. I mean, it's mostly the counters to control, and I guess control is a threat. But it's also not reliable, as we don't have any way of saying that we... I don't know, maybe we do cut this. Maybe we want to focus this more on the win condition, and this plays around our lose condition. I think we cut that.
I feel like we cut it only for the fact that we're going to be playing more around tokens. Even though this is not a token-themed deck, tokens are going to come out more over than our actual creatures.
Tokens will exist, right? Including the living weapons. Those are all tokens.
Yep.
Enchanted Permanent is a creature, has +1/+1 and trample. It's 2 mana, and then... I don't know. I think this isn't good enough.
It is card draw, and we are kind of lacking in card draw.
That's true. You know what? You're right. The cantrip effect alone makes it worthwhile. You're right. This is fine. This is good.
I feel like we do cut the Rune of Dew, though.
The Rune of the
Runes of Dew. Yeah, it's 5 mana.
If you put lure on something that can't be blocked, everything that can block it must. So, if you anything that has the ability to block it must. If it doesn't have the ability to block it because it's unblockable for some other reason, then that can't block it. So that is not a triggered effect. Yeah, we can cut Rune. Shadow, keep. This is just really, really good. I like it. I like the card. I just think it's a good card.
I feel like we cut Underworld Breach, even though it's a really strong card. We're not really having it. We don't really have benefits to having it.
Yeah, it doesn't really do what we need it to. And this is just our ramp. Our ramp is a weird ramp, which I like. I like sideways ramp, you know. The Utopia Sprawl, Lay Druid, its type effects, is a more fun type of ramp to me than just I'm playing 4 Birds of Paradise and 3 Llanowar Elves in my deck. You know, I like
Now,
it.
do we need volcanic shrinks? We have a lot of these.
Absolutely not. We do not. We do not. We do not need that whatsoever. But this is more of a token thing. We don't need this.
Yeah.
This we absolutely keep. It's just a good nuke. Sometimes you just need to blast something to smithereens.
And we do need interaction.
It wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't even be a bad idea to add another, like a disintegrate with the exile effect. It wouldn't be a bad idea just to add another. I'm going to blast something out. I think, in fact, that we do that instead of the Kami Flare.
I would recommend looking up Banefire before we put it into disintegrate. Just because it's unblockable.
I like it.
Can't be countered. Or prevented.
That's good. I will note that Flame Discharge is an instant, which is relevant. But yeah, Banefire we put in. I think yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. Manamorphose, again, there's no reason not to have this in your deck. This will never be the wrong card to draw. Early game, late game, this is never a bad card to draw. Naturalize, amazing. We could drop the Simoon, but it does sort of give us a nice counterplay to a lot of certain players. You know, a lot of these go wide with creating 1/1 tokens that later get buffs. Like, okay, you create the 1/1 tokens, let's get rid of them ASAP. That can actually threaten us.
Cough, cough, anti-Kashak.
Well, and I mean, there's a lot of situations like that other thing that you showed me before, the we put in, the Avenger. That, you know, there's a lot of situations where this is Avatar Vendicar. There's just a lot of situations where, hey, you made a bunch of 1/1 tokens. How about you don't? Is just a good response. So Banefire, Kodama's Reach, we arguably don't need, but it is fantastic, so we should want it.
We do have other.
What was that?
Between the enchantment and the other equipment, we could just cut that.
We could cut that, yeah. That might be right. Yeah, I think that's right. This is just a board clear. It's a board wipe that has the potential to leave us with something with a creature in play.
Yeah.
And that's good enough,
damage
right?
To players.
Yeah, it's also face damage, but most importantly for us is that it's a board clear that leaves our artifacts in play. Right?
Yeah.
I think this is good. This deals with what you were calling a Voltron deck, where you have one giant creature, you just say, hey, nerd. Because those can punish us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Regrowth is add any card from your graveyard to your hand. I remember that. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. And then Vandal Blast, yes. Like, oh my goodness, that... Also, that's great in the mirror. But yeah, Regrowth is just, bring a card from your graveyard to your hand. I don't know that we need it. Alright, back up to artifacts again. We might not need all of... We have 30 artifacts, which is a lot, especially considering how many creatures we have, which is also 24.
It's not like we're not really running an Artifacts Matter deck, because if we had card that whenever equipment into the battlefield, or we cast an artifact that draw the card, yeah, it would be good, but we don't have that in our deck.
So, Basilisk Collar seems good.
It's lifelink and death touch.
Yeah. But then again, we have lifelink off of this as well. But this also has the living weapon effect, which is relevant.
I would say probably can cut Arcane Signet.
Arcane Signet? That's fair. I agree. Blackblade Reforged is a weird one. I feel like we might actually have superannuated it with the... What's the other big one? With the Nettlecyst. I feel like Nettlecyst is just a better Blackblade Reforged, because this comes out as a creature, and it gets the artifacts and enchantments, which we're going to have a lot of instead of the lands, but it also equips for something that we can afford, right?
Yeah, but we have also the legendaries that we put in for Blackblade.
We have a lot of legendary. It's true.
I do think we cut Blazing Sunsteel.
You think so? Okay. Bone Sabers is too good. We do not cut that.
Yeah, no.
Darksteel Plate is great. Like that resolves a lot of removal effects, right? A lot of removal effects can't deal with that. And, well...
feel like
Then
the
we-
Dwarven Hammer we don't need because we have the living weapon. Living weapons are just better.
Have what?
We have the living weapons.
Yeah.
They just come in.
Well, this
as
is a
we-
living weapon. Like this is a scalable living weapon. The bonus to this is that we can play it without the living weapon aspect. I mean, we can play this as a 3 mana or as a 5 mana living weapon. You know, I mean, I agree with this one particular. In this particular version, I agree that we don't need this one. But I feel like this. We have a couple of other like the Elven Bow. I think we absolutely keep.
Oh yeah, just for the reach alone.
Yeah, like this right here is 1 mana for an or 3 mana for a living weapon, and I think that's fantastic. We're at 107, so we basically have a deck here. Was that an Ultralisk? No, that's a Tyrannid. Although Tyrannids are based off of Ultralisks. I mean, in general, Tyrannids are. I'm joking, by the way. No, all the StarCraft was originally going to be a Games Workshop game. Then they lost the license and they made it its own IP. So, yeah, StarCraft was going to be a Warhammer game, and then they were like, "But what if we had made it our own game?" It's kind of cool. I like that story.
No.
Anyways,
You know what? Games Workshop, you dropped the ball on that one.
and they've learned from it. Now Games Workshop is very generous with licensing. I could get unironically, I could get a Games Workshop license within a week if I wanted one. Like, all it takes is all it takes is a couple connections and some proof of a studio.
Maybe in the future, if Electrochrome does get published, a Warhammer variant of Electrochrome.
Possibly. I like this.
Firewall.
I really like
Yes.
this.
It's just the same thing as Elven. I mean, it's Reach. That's good, and also it's the Sunsteel.
Well,
card.
it's
the card that we wanted.
It's the threat, right? It's if you attack me, you will take backlash damage, right? That's a really big threat.
Mhm.
And I like that. Fire Shrieker, amazing. Border Post
sorry.
actually is phenomenal. Right?
Yeah, it's a matter.
That-
It's a ramp, but also, yeah, I still feel like you keep that.
That's ramped I think we keep. Unless you think we don't need it.
No, we keep it.
You keep?
Yeah.
I'm still mixed on the Javelin of Lightning because I love the surprise nerd aspect of the first strike on the attack, but it does nothing when it's not your turn. And I think with 4 equip, that might just not be good enough.
I feel like we do cut it.
Yeah. Not because it's bad, but because it doesn't quite match the quality of the other stuff we're adding. By the way, I'm adding in Giant Growth, and you literally cannot stop me.
I mean, I'm not the one also in control of the commentary, so I literally cannot stop you.
No, but you have a lot of say. We're making this together. This is a teamwork thing. Except for this.
That's
This is not teamwork. I'm taking Giant Growth.
Rat! It's Giant Rat! Angry to keep.
Yeah. Cauldra is a good late game thing, and then if things go weird, then we equip this to a horse rider, right?
Yeah, but also, if we look at it, we play Godo, Cauldra automatically comes in.
That's true. That's very true. Lightning Greaves is more important for Shroud. Like, we don't need the haste. This would be good because Shroud.
Yes.
Mage Slayer, damage amp. It's a lot of damage amp.
Damn it, yep. Nettlesis to keep.
Nettlesis is just a big bulk. Ranger Crossbow. We already have a couple more things that do this. And this one
I feel
doesn't
like
have...
It's weaker because it's green. It's too... Compared to, like, the Elven Longbow,
Yeah.
or Elven Bow, it's
Well, it's
one
green
green,
too,
this
but-
one is... It's 1 green, but this one's 2.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't come with its own body.
Mhm.
I do think we keep this. We don't need that many trample activators, but at the same time, like this... even this on the 1/1 Horseman means that we swing for 3 damage and create 3 1/1s, and that alone could be... Like, 3 equip is a
It's
lot,
good.
but it's also, like, just... It's board. It's board generation.
Mhm.
And, yeah.
Soul Ring? Do we need Soul Ring?
Of course we do. We're playing Magic the Gathering, that means we put a Soul Ring in our deck. That's just baseline, right?
That was a trick question. You passed me.
Strandwalker is not good enough.
It's 5 mana.
It's 5 mana, and we have the Elven Bow for cheaper. It's
Yep.
And just to clarify with everyone, the Elven Bow, like the Strider was better than the 3 mana cost one that we already decided that because it comes with a body, and that means that and now it's not good enough for that either. So we had one thing, then we changed it and said this is better. Then we said, you know what, even the better version, it still isn't good enough. And then these are good. I think all the swords can probably stay.
Yeah, they all serve their own functions.
We don't necessarily even need the Animist one, but it's a good card. And honestly, it's more deck thinning than anything else. And this is just for themes, right? This is just because it looks good on Chishiro, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Now, the Reaper Fever is the one I recommended, but at this point, with all the other ramp that I have, do you really need it?
I think we don't. I think we have enough of a ramp package that this becomes redundant, and +1/+1 trample isn't good enough for a piece of equipment in our toolkit, right? We have other trample activators, a healthy amount of them even.
Yeah.
Though admittedly, we did cut a bunch of our reach activators, so maybe we don't have that. You know, I don't know. I think Wolfrider Saddle is just baseline decent.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yeah, and it comes in with modifies. Now we only need to cut 5 cards.
Now, going back to... I know you want Shivan Dragon. Does Shivan Dragon make the cut, though?
I think it does because it flies.
Okay.
Honestly, we should probably replace it with something else. Another dragon would be smarter. Because there's going to be better dragons out there, right? There's just going to be better dragons out there. We all know this.
I know what dragon can replace it. Hellkite Tyrant.
Let me real quick check for anything that's green and red dragons. And see if any of these are relevant. Just because, you know what I said before about golds, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
This creates tokens with flying. Oh, that's not good. Vyashivan, not good enough. Sat baseline mana cost.
That could be good for card draw, but
yeah, but it doesn't fly. And the whole point of it is we're looking to sit for a swap. We're looking for something to replace Shivan Dragon, and this is just not that, right?
Right.
Funny, effective, not right. Hello?
That another target. Whenever it attacks, another target creature gets first strike in this +X+O words its power.
Oh, that's cute. I mean, it doesn't replace a Shivan because we need a flyer, but like that's actually arguably. You know what? Let's actually put that in and think about it.
Wait, hold on. That is an alchemy card.
Ah, so it's okay. Got it.
Yeah,
that's too bad.
The base version is just a green card because it has green and it has background. So you lets you choose a partner from an enchantment. Dragon Lord Tarka. I feel like there's a better Tarka though.
What was that?
There's a better version of a Tarka.
7 mana, 8/8.
5.
5 direct damage.
That's Giant's Growth on its body.
It's you know I like that card. It doesn't fly, but it does work with our menace stuff because we have menace off Chishiro. That's an interesting idea. I mean, obviously this is the best card in the game. It has Rampage. Come on.
I don't know what Rampage does.
Plus X.
I'm sorry if I lose credibility for that.
It's +X for every creature beyond after the first that blocks this target. So if you block this target with 5 creatures, it gets +4/+4.
Mm.
It's the good one is, well, Guerrilla Berserkers. Rampage 2, so if you block it with 3 creatures, it gets +4/+4. And it has trample, and it cannot be blocked by fewer than 3 creatures.
Also, it's a gorilla with a stick.
Honestly, this is just a good card in general. I made decks based around this card. It's just cool, and like, It's Rampage and also forces your opponent to interact with Rampage. And honestly, that might be good for this deck now that I think about it.
Eye on the prize, Jade. Eye on the prize.
Can't. Nope. I'm adding it, and then we can take it out later.
Now I have to get rid of 6 of the cards.
Okay, so what's the dragon we're adding? What's the dragon?
Just type in Atarka.
The artifact?
No, Atarka, just keep going with Atarka.
Yeah. Efreet.
No.
Oh, that one.
World Run. Oh, that's dragons only, though.
Nah, it doesn't work for us. And this one would be better just because it's bigger. This is just big creature syndrome. It's like this, play this, deal 5 damage to wipe out the enemy utility, right? The enemy, the 1/3 that does an ability that loses us the game, right?
Right.
Okay, so now we still need to cut 7 cards. Is Glomgilly good enough? I do think it is. I do. Is Gruul Spellbreaker good enough? It's still 4/4 for 3 to trample. Like, it's still really good. It might not be
I'm not
right.
a fan of it, but that's up to you.
You know, I hate to cut it, but we're at the point now where everything we cut is painful, right?
Yeah.
This might not even be good enough.
No, because most of the stuff just comes in with a body now, with a germ
Yeah.
body. Because
So yeah, yeah, you're right. So
Oh, you didn't
take
cut
out-
Shivan Dragon.
Yep. I think Firewhip has to go.
Yep.
It's a good card, and I think it is right for some variation of this deck, but it's not right for right now.
The runes are the cantrip effects because we have the card draws.
Yeah. They're good. It's just difficult to decide if they're good enough, you know? Because we got to cut 4 cards, and it's got to be something, and those just don't have the power level of the other stuff we have. These are always good to draw because we can play them and draw a card, and it keeps our decks moving through our activity. It keeps our deck active. But it doesn't have a very high power level on its own, which might not make the cut.
If we're adding Giant Grove, we have to cut the runes, I feel.
We can cut the Rune of Might for the Giant Growth. I'm okay with this.
Okay.
We don't need Trample. This one probably is good though. Maybe. And same with I don't know. Metamorphosis is just good. But that's never a thing we're sad to draw.
I feel like we cut Simoy.
Simoon? Okay.
Yeah.
It does leave us vulnerable to more vulnerable to token decks, but at the same time, it's also 1 out of 100 cards. You know, it's a 1% draw every turn. It's not reliable, and yeah, I agree. It's not going to be good often enough, I think.
Yeah.
I think Arena is, because Arena does attrition real hard.
Okay.
And it helps us
And
deal
also,
with
we can
the
just
enemy weenies.
And we can just equip it to the tokens that we make, the menace tokens, and just have them fight for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just have them go bonk something. Maze of Ith I do think is right, because that is a counter to other big decks that have big stompy things that hurt us.
Mm-hmm.
We just have a handful of Voltron counters, basically. I like that term that you had.
Wow, this is really tough.
Yeah, we'll only need to cut 2 more cards. Hold on 1 tick here. Entertain Jefferson.
Sure thing. So, in my honesty, even though the flavor win, I feel like we cut Tatsumasa, the Dragon Fane. It is a, as you would call it, a flavor win for the deck. It's a katana, we're samurais. Is that good enough to keep it in if we're trying to make this more consistent now? Who knows? The other one I feel like we cut, I just feel like we cut. My 2 picks are Tatsumasa and Daryl. Those are my picks, folks.
Manamorphose we keep in the deck because it is a cantrip effect. We don't have a lot of card draw, and we're not playing the your typical mono green cast creature spell draw card. Effects like Beast Whisperer, Ascendant, Resurgent folks.
Yeah,
So we
it
have
just
to keep Manamorphose.
yeah, Manamorphose never does something bad, right? If you draw Manamorphose and you don't need the mana, you play it, you have the mana back, you play the next card that you draw. It never is the wrong card. I agree with you about what was it? The Daryl. That's a meme and it's not even a funny one. So I think that does have some interesting play with the... But it doesn't fit our deck. I agree with that. I disagree with you on Tatsumasa, because I think that it's a good late game card. Late game, it's a +5/+5 on a creature, and we can afford it. That can be a big swing. And then it has... I'm thinking of the dragon effect mostly as an evasion. You know, your opponent says, I'm going to shatter Tatsumasa, or I'm going to destroy all artifacts, and you say, just kidding, it's a blue dragon.
Yeah.
I think that's worth it for a late game, for something that's... Yeah. I think it's worth it. I do... That said, I think that we do have to cut the... Where is it? Did I already cut it? Oh, we already cut it. Never mind. Oh, the rabbit is what I was thinking. I guess it is Gruul Spellbreaker. I guess it's really good, but I think it might just not make the cut.
Yeah.
I think the Grill of Berserkers is better than it. I really do. That gives us a deck, though.
It does give it the deck. All right. I was never a fan of Spellbreaker, so that is my vote.
Spellbreaker?
Spellbreaker.
Hmm?
And now you have a 100-card deck.
Yeah, we good. Do you have time to try it out?
I mean, I have all night.
Well, go ahead and hop on to the server and make a game. Let's give it a shot. Let's see how it do. And then I'll also send it to you, and you can, then we can reverse it, and I can see how it feels to face against, which is a very important thing that I think not enough people do. You know?
Sure. Oh, that's translation. I don't want it.
Like, if you make it... This is true in many other card games as well. Like, it's harder to do in something like Hearthstone, where someone might not have... You can't just hand someone the deck that you're playing against. You can't... It's harder... It's impossible in something like Slay the Spire, where deck building is not really a core function for reliability. But in most card games, if you can hand your deck to somebody else and play against it, that will help you see its limitations, see its weaknesses, because you're in a different mindset of fighting against it.
Do we need to create a room?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I just created an announcement. Let me exit out of this. Someone... All right. Oh, for sending me it, you can go into your wherever you have your deck folder, and you can literally just send me the actual file itself.
Oh, I just sent you the save deck to clipboard, and then you can load deck from clipboard if you want it.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Oh, yeah, that's how I've been doing it. Is you go to deck editor and load deck from clipboard, and it will, if you have a deck list that you copied, it'll parse it. It'll like do a Perl style parse and just make it into a deck. It's actually very cool. I think it just does a CSV, comma separated value parse. Or no, it's a carriage return parse. But yeah, I think that that just, and then you also have it as a reference if you want to see thing. Okay, do you have a game up? You do.
Yep, it's 1v1 me Jade, and the password is Samurai with a capital S.
Okay, I made it in before anybody in chat did.
So my question is, what do you want to face against deck? Do you want to face a Voltron deck, or do you want to face something that's similar to what do you got? Like
I don't know. I mean, go crazy. Go pick something and let's see what happens. Right? This is more seeing how the deck plays with cards in my hand. It doesn't matter so much what I'm up against yet, because it's the first time running it. I just want to put cards in hand and see what it plays. One thing that I have done before is play solo games, right? You just put down you just draw your cards, put down cards, and then
Okay.
play out for and see how it plays out. But for this,
Okay.
it's just whatever you want to play. Doesn't make it any difference. It's just, does this deck work on a mechanical level, right? Or is there some crucial flaw that we have not seen? It's a sanity check, I guess is another way of phrasing it.
All right. Well, let me use. I'm gonna use one of your decks. See, because we felt like this might be a weakness, so let's test out this weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, put it inside first. Okay. New library.
Oop, that's not what I wanted to press.
Is this it? I think this might be your commander.
Yep, that's correct. Yes. I'm gonna roll a. Oh wow, nat 20.
I don't beat that. I rolled a 10. I literally never beat people in a die roll.
Do I have any lands in my hand? That's a negative. All right, toss that in. Hit the shuffle button, and draw 7 more. Okay, do we have a mistake here?
You're not getting enough lands?
I have only 1 mana producing land in this time, and one ramp that. Huh.
Well, just
Okay.
redo it. Just redraw another 7 then.
Well, that is making thing. Okay, we have good line here. It was just that thought of, do we have a mana problem? Is there an issue here that needs to actually be addressed? Maybe not. I don't know.
Okay.
Probably not. Okay, we'll go with this though. You know more about the mana packages and stuff. My style of analyzing that was just to play a bunch of games and then add or remove based on how often I got locked out of land or how often I drew too many lands. I did it more by touch and feel. You do it mathematically, which is better. I mean, it just is better.
Yeah, I view Magic as just a game of. It's a game of numbers, so I have to think logically for me.
It's a game of fashion for me.
I mean, I make you fashionable by my land choices, and that I can show you some examples at a later time.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're just a fashionable person.
Oh, well, thank you. All right, draw. I will play a swamp and pass.
Okay. And I am going to say words because words are good. I'm going to be playing a little bit open hand because I want to talk about the deck. So just pretend you don't know what I'm saying, okay?
Okay.
We have a lot of low curve stuff in the deck in theory, but right now we have a lot of high curve in our hand. We have both the Fang and the Kaldra, which is a problem right now. Obviously, we just don't have. It's your turn, by the way.
Okay.
Because we can't support it, and we're not really seeing any other ramp or a whole lot of other things to play. So right out of the gate, I don't think our ramp. I don't think our mana base is wrong necessarily, but it's worth reconsidering if this happens in multiple games. So we'll just toss out the Mage Slayer past turn. We're not getting immediately blasted down in the first couple turns, which is good, you know. A 1-drop from Kashak would have done 1 billion damage to us. Okay, semi-dangerous 2/3. And now we have a couple of options here with what we cast. The War Room is just for mana right now. But we could drop out this Wolf Rider saddle for a 2/2 that's going to grow, but right now probably getting Chishiro out. Well, no, Chishiro doesn't buff anything right now. Chishiro, if we play him right now, he doesn't do anything. He just comes into play and says, "Yep, I sure am I'm a samurai," and doesn't actually help us. He doesn't get any of his jazz jams. So we actually play out the Wolf Rider saddle first as a 2/2. Uh, 3/3. 2/2 base and then a +1/+1.
Oh, I believe you can just it does create a token. It's not itself a configuration. So you can just right click to make the token.
I don't have a create token on this card.
Really? Okay.
So right now we're already competitive with this thing, but this thing isn't. This is a creature that's designed to do things. This isn't a creature that's designed to attack, you know. But we already have a little bit of board control.
Oh,
Bow. Hold on 1 second. Bow of Nylea. Let me just see what that is.
Oh,
Oh, well, that's more of a token attacker, but that's not bad. Oh. Have you looked at Bow of Nylea?
I believe it gives your creature the trample or reach.
And then, okay, it's not actually an equipment, but 1 green and 1 other in tap. You can either put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, which is, you know, a modifier, or 2 damage to target creature with flying, whatever, or gain 3 life, or put 4 cards from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. So, like, that's a lot of things. I don't think it's right for the deck, but because of the... None of them are really targeted towards what we're doing. But yeah, that's a good card. Definitely worth investigating if we think it might be valuable. Alright, so you have a 3/4 that requires Thalids and Saplings, and you have a Sapling generator that you can't really push out yet. This is dangerous in the future, but it's not dangerous yet. We do not get any more lands. We're sitting on the 4, but 4 is actually a pretty good number for us overall if we didn't have the hand that we have right now, honestly. So we slam out Chishiro, and we'll put a Mage Slayer on it next turn. And... yeah. At the end of the turn, this gets a +1/+1, and it does not get 1 itself. But next turn it will, because we'll glue it a thing. Okay.
Alright. I untap. I will draw. I'll click on that. I'll play this.
Let me change that.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to pass.
Okay, that's good for us. Ooh. That's a thing. Okay. So do we play that this turn? We can't play that and equip the Mage Slayer, which is kind of more important right now, because that'll start Chishiro scaling, and scaling good. Yeah, Chichiro's scaling is more important. Starting the scale is more important. Now, obviously we leave 1 green mana untapped. This is Magic 101. Because Kashak knows we have a giant growth in the deck. Unless Kashak is stream sniping, Kashak does not know if we have a giant growth in hand. This is no different than a blue player bluffing by holding out, 2 blue mana at floating. We always do this, whether we have it or not. If we're leaving 1 land untapped, we make sure it's a green land, Because, well, frankly, that's kind of core to how, to our win condition. Is like just the ability to surprise somebody. And like, when I say that's a core to our win condition, what I mean is that part of our win condition is creating the stalemate, right? We win the stalemate in the long term. And right now we can say, hey, if you attack me, I might have a giant growth, and that might be enough to dissuade him from actually attacking. And if at any point that is true, then it is worth the shuffling mana. Do I have something else I could cast for a red mana? Maybe I do. Maybe that is actually worth doing. But the bluff is probably even more worth it. Now, we swing with the saddle here, because he has to block with both, which will kill it, but that's fine for us in the moment. That's fine for us in the moment, because we could take out his leader, or we could take out a long-term utility card. So we swing with the saddle and its own wolf.
I will declare no blocks.
All right, 4 damage is easy. That's fine. We take that. because he's more likely to not attack us, right? Because the Warden doesn't want to attack, it wants to use its abilities. Same with Slimefoot. So, yeah, we take that as a W. We just say, okay, cool. And then now both of these get +1/+1 counters. I'm not going to count counters because the number of counters is not actually relevant because this isn't a token deck. So you spent
I will
4
take the
mana.
1/1.
4 mana for a 1/1. Wow, so expensive. And yeah, life is another resource. As long as you got 1, you're in the game. But at the same time, every point of damage you can do gets you closer. So, one thing I really like about Hearthstone is the addition of weapons. A weapon in Hearthstone lets you attack as the player. And then, so you attack a creature, because in Hearthstone you can attack creatures. So if I had like a 5-attack weapon, I could attack into Namada directly, and I would take its damage to my health. But I would use my health as a resource. It's a type of direct damage that is thematic for martial characters.
I'm going to sacrifice the sapling for 2 black.
Mhm.
Get 1 more and use this, and I will play a Grave Pack and pass.
Oh, that's brutal for us. Okay. That's your turn, you say?
Mhm.
Alright. Well, that is a good card, but is it good enough? And the answer is no. So every time they get, they lose a creature, things go bad. So, how do we fix this? I mean, we don't really have an answer to it. And if they're sacrificing creatures, then we lose, because we don't have... Well, we don't have any way around that right now, at the very least. And never mind, we do. We absolutely do. What am I talking about? We have answers. Of course we have answers. We always have answers. We play Cinder Vines, and then immediately sack it to make sure this goes away. We'd play Cinder Vines as enchantment removal.
Yep.
Yeah, never mind. We're good. We have answers. We got tools. And again, float the forest. Always float the forest.
And you modify?
Oh, yep. And then look at this. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I do attack.
Well, I will take the 5.
That's 10. That's 9 damage to face. All right. That's my turn. And then modify is up. Now they're big. 6/6 is when creatures are officially big. Right? That's just a good time to be. A good time to be happy, you see. We've got no ramp. I think... Never mind. I don't know. I wonder if I messed up this deck real quick. Hold up. No, maybe not. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, sorry. A Rot Shambler. Another thing that relies on things dying. Another utility creature. We would love to see some of our battle stuff. The arena would be good. That's you?
Yep.
Well, we play a Soul Ring, because that's just a card that we want to play. And that does open up a lot of answers for us, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't quite let us do both, but we play out the Bard class. And that'll just be nice. Oh, wait, I forgot. Cindervine was an enchantment, which means we do create a spirit.
I also should have taken 2. I also take 2 damage because you've destroyed one of my permanents.
Oh, true. I'm not getting the create a 2/2 spirit token option, so I'm just going to add counters. Oh. It doesn't have artwork. That's sad.
That has the artwork for me.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. Here, I'll screenshot for you. That way for after the game.
Color is it? Is red. I mean, I believe you. It's just weird that it doesn't for me. I'm just gonna really quick take a look and see if I can see. Yeah, I don't have any spirit tokens in my token generation thing.
Hmm.
It's weird, isn't it?
A little bit.
I'm making them dogs. They're dogs today.
Oh my gosh.
Dog tokens are real, and they love you. And then we did another one from playing the bird class. So one from playing Sin Divine, one playing Bard. Now we have to give them stats, which we don't have any answer for right now. But that's fine. We swing with both, because we have blockers. And these are both beefy enough that he would have to block. Wait, he can actually kill Chishiro on that. So I guess we don't swing with Chishiro. But the Wolf Rider saddle is just getting work done. This is just putting in hours.
It doesn't have trap, right?
Nope. But it cannot be blocked by only one creature.
Well then, I really don't want to lose anything because currently I need my. I'll create a token and take the. Let's see. Go down
Okay.
23.
Okay. So what are you doing? You're creating a token and just taking the damage? Got it.
Yep.
That's turn. Now we need to get... Actually, hold on. Wait, that's not turn. I do have one more thing to do if that's okay with you.
Yep.
We do spend this out. We take one of the dog tokens, and we give it the Mage Slayer. So it gets a... at the end of turn, it gets the +1/+1. Because now it's a modified creature, and next turn we can put it back on Chishiro. But this will keep on growing because now it has a +1/+1 token.
Chishiro also it is already modified, so it gets another counter as well.
True, actually. Yeah, so now Chishiro doesn't need the equipment anymore because it's considered quote-unquote modified because of the counter. Yeah, so right now we give the Mage Slayer to the dog. Or better yet, we give the Wolf Rider saddle to the dog because we still keep the token. We still keep the 2/2, which is now a 7/7, or which is now a 5/5.
Whichever one you like.
Yeah. Alright, sorry, it is your turn.
Alright.
And I do not have any floating mana. But I have some very rapidly growing creatures.
Alright, so all lands are forest now?
Oh, word? Oh, in addition to its other types. Actually, that helps me. Because the War Room is not mana specific.
We're gonna leave all this mana open and scare you.
Okay. Just gonna pass.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, you're sitting on 4 cards in hand. So whatever you're doing that's good has to be that expensive or less. We have 6 mana available. And as much as we want to do some of our beefier things, I think that's wrong. We can put out something scary, though. We can do a little bit of danger. We can live a little bit of danger here. So we put out the cavalry with the full knowledge that he has to have removal, or things become very bad very fast. And then we hold on a second. I need a wolf token. Perfect. So this thing is 5, 6, 6. And now this attach to card, this one. So this is now going to start growing because it has an aura, and this is also going to grow because it has a bunch of +1/+1 counters. The only thing that's not growing is the dog, but this is a good board state for us. This forces a lot of hands. And honestly, we can just swing with the dog. They don't have, we don't know what they have in hand, but if they don't have an answer, then they're crying. So we're just going to swing with a 6/6 and see what happens.
Alright, I'm going to throw a sapling in front of it.
Just jump block?
Yep, but before damage, I'm going to pay 1, 2, 3, 4. Create another sapling.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to pay 1, 2. I'm going to play Plumb the Forbidden. And copying it additional time by sacrificing the defender and that one. And since you don't have trample, it is still considered block.
Right. Okay.
So I will sacrifice these 2. I'll draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, but also since I have 2 creatures dying, which are saplings, you lose 2 and I gain 2. So I will not go.
Okay.
I will not change, and also I'll put 2 1/1 counters onto Raw Chandler.
Okay. That's fine for us. We don't mind that. That's well in the lanes of acceptable, because we still grow. Remember, we want the late game. We want to say, hey, can you deal with me after I start to get big? So we pass.
I'm gonna play Morph card.
Oh my gosh. Now that's scary. That could be anything. That could be danger. What else you got?
Well, I'm gonna keep being serious. Pass.
Okay. Okay. Well, the Restorer is good, but is it good enough? We tap the War Room because we're not going to be using it for its other ability. He was going to use it as a forest because of their thing out. And play this, which will give us the ramp we need to play some of literally the highest stuff in our deck. Now, I really, really have a play that I want to make. This is almost certainly a... No, I can't do it this turn, can I? I don't know. I have a thought. I have a terrible thought. But I'll have to wait for another turn or two. So what do we do here? We want to get an equipment on the other spirit token. And we want to swing with... We want to also change the Mage Slayer to be on the Cavalry, because that's much more important, right? That's... Oh yeah, that is also 3/3 because of the +1/+1 from here. So I think that's what we do. I think we tap out to attach the Mage Slayer to the Cavalry as well. Now the Cavalry swings for 6, and that goes up by 2 every turn. And we've already clocked Kashak for a healthy amount of damage, which means that this is danger. Kashak needs to have answers. So we swing for an immediate 3 damage from the Mage Slayer, and then Mage Slayer, yeah, and then 3 damage from the attack.
Which I can't block.
All right, and that's us.
All right, on your end step, I will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I will unmorph.
Oh, I thought okay.
Turn over. Theonet Hermit, which will create
Nice.
4 saplings. Which all of my saplings have +1/+1.
Okay. Nice.
I'm going to use the power token. From there, we will untap. Draw. We'll play a swamp.
Oh, I need to get my my pluses.
Yep.
Boink. The scaling is huge. The scaling is so good here. Can Kashak attack with Sapperlings? Possibly. Will they be able to do will they win the battle? Will they win the outcome? No, they'll do chip damage and then he'll lose half of his creatures. There's an exceedingly dangerous situation here for Kashak, and that's that they can't ignore what I'm doing. Right? Kashak can't ignore my creatures, but also can't really engage with them right now.
Namada, Grove Guardian, and I will pass.
Okay, that is a very powerful card. But again, is that powerful enough to deal with our scaling? I don't know. I have no idea. I've never had an idea in my life. We tap for a green mana to Wild Growth. And put it here. And then untap the land with Wild Growth. Actually, no, wait, that's wrong. We tap this land for Wild Growth. Yeah. That's the correct answer. Now, we also could blast this, and we probably should. But I think we have a better move just by dropping our yeah, we have a much better move right now. And that's 1/2, untap, 3/4, 5/6, 7 for the Kaldra, which is just huge. That's just enormous. And it's indestructible. So he has to have an actual removal effect, or an actual sacrifice effect, or an exile effect to remove this. And it has vigilance. Wait, no, it does not have vigilance. Oh, okay. But it has first strike and trample and haste. So this thing comes out of the gate immediately. And it does. So we swing with this. That's 4 damage to the face from the dagger. And then you have 4 damage to the body from the cavalry. And a 5/5 inbound.
The 5/5. It does have trample.
It does have trample and first strike. Not that first strike is terribly relevant on a creature that's indestructible by default anyways, but... Ow.
We're going to block it with 3 tokens. But before they die, we will play Heroic Intervention, where our permanents gain Indestructible and Hexproof.
Ooh, I like it.
So
I like that card.
it blocks the 5, trample and whatnot. So yeah.
Okay.
But also, sorry.
I was going to say that we had to leave a mountain untapped, so we are not threatening a giant growth, which is relevant information for Kashak. Right, and then all these get a buff. And now we are buffing an indestructible creature. You can't ignore this for long.
No, I can't. Well, we'll see what I can do my next turn. Actually, on your end step, I will do Namada's second ability, sacrifice 2 Severlings, and draw a card.
Okay.
And then I will untap. Well, I think this is just game here. And I'm just going to, you win here. I'm just going to show you my hand.
Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah. Not getting much.
We had the Dragon's Fang in our opening hand, which did not help. The Shackles...
Banefire for next turn.
Yep, we had Banefire for blasting if we needed it. And we had the... Lady Zedong actually might not be right, because we we could just add in a cheaper horseman, right? We don't need to spend 5 mana to play out a horseman. So that's one thing.
Ladies are wrong.
It is the Lady Zerong, but like all she is a 4/3. Let's go back to here. We're flagging and just add horsemanship here. What other horsemanships are in the color set that we have that might replace Lady Zerong? Because now that we've seen Lady Zerong on play on our hand, it's like, wait a minute, that's just a 4/3. It's not like Li Bu, who has the haste. You know, that's massive. Li Bu is insane. But Zerong, we might want to have something cheaper because our damage from the horsemanship is going to be from the from the equipment and from the scaling. So right out of the gate, that's adorable. Oh my goodness, that's an adorable card.
Oh no, not the attractions.
Isn't that adorable? Okay, no, it's wrong though. We already have the yellow scarves. Would we be better off at 4 mana for a 2/2 instead of 5 mana? Probably not, because the extra health that's probably better. That's not useful. Actually, that's kind of funny, but you know, there's actually an interesting idea here. It's not useful, and there's better versions, but maybe we want a small, simple hexproof card that can start scaling. That's not yeah, that's not better. That's worse. That's still 5 mana. Okay. No, maybe this is just, you know, what has to... I was thinking there might be a 2/2 for, like, 3 or something, you know? But that might just be the next... Oh, there's the Dilu horse. The Dilu horse is interesting. Do you see why, Kashak?
It doesn't say until end of turn.
It does not say until end of turn. It's an emblem, which also would count as a modifier. And we can just slap that on somebody who is, you know, going to just win games. Like that's that.
Let's see if there's something on that writing. Excuse me.
What was that?
I sneezed.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, there's no oracle ruling. The spell effect has no duration. Yeah, no, it just stays there.
Yeah, this counts as an emblem. I think that we sack the Rune of Speed for the Dilu horse.
Horsemanship.
Yeah, because the Rune of Speed is good, but it's just not high power level, right? The Dilu horse is extraordinarily high power level. And it's also like, it's just a permanent effect. Unless they get rid of the creature, there's no way of getting around that. And it does also make me do a brain think I immediately thought of Autumn Willow. Isn't that who it is? Autumn Willow? Yeah. It's not right. It's not good right now. We'd have to pay to be able to equip it. But I was thinking about something that's hexproof. Now, with modern hexproof cards, can you equip them?
With hexproof, yes, you can equip with hexproof because it only protects against opponents. It doesn't protect against yours.
Let me see. What? That's wild. I hate it.
Oh, Belly Raid.
I was just trying to think real quick. Is there any relatively inexpensive hexproof cards?
Oh, there's a lot of instant sorcery that give them. Try a Boggle. Hold on, let me type in Boggle.
Nothing comes up here for that. Because a small, cheap hexproof card that starts growing.
You want Glaive Glade Cover Scout.
That seems good. That seems really effective in this deck. Is that a thing that we put into this deck? Is that actually correct?
It is very cheap and with hexproof.
I think we swap out Lady Zedong for Glade Cover Scout, because we have the Dilu horse now as well, as another horsemanship option. Or maybe we don't take that out. Maybe we take out something else. Maybe it's the Juniper. I don't know. The Juniper Order is might be better on paper than it is in practice. I'm still questioning Stong, because Stong wants a lot of auras and enchantments, and we want to spread out, but them somewhat. I don't know. I'm really curious to see how Stong plays out, frankly.
Right.
Do we have anything in our artifacts that we don't need? The Wolf Rider Saddle did exactly what we needed to do. It created a creature that scaled, that started a scaling activity. I'm still iffy on this Blackblade. You know what? I'm making the call on the Blackblade. It's good, but we don't have a lot of lands, and because of the Lotus Veils, lands are not going to be as things stuff. Are there any other baseline hexproofs that might be valuable that are cheap? Probably not. But I'm just going to do a real quick skim. Like, huh. That's kind of cool. Basara Tower Archer might just be the better version of it. Instead of Glade Cover.
Yeah, that is a 2/1 in hexproof and reach. Holy crap, that is it for reach and plus what's the +1 power?
Yeah, +1 power and reach for just 1 extra mana. I mean that's just a pure upgrade. Okay, I do love the crocodile. Yeah, apparently crocodiles being hexproof is like a thing, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, I think that's right. That without cutting Lady Zedong, that's cutting the other thing. Okay, maybe this is a good idea. Maybe we've made the deck better. Let me reload it. I think I need to reload it. I don't know if I need to, but I'm gonna. Yep, I did need to reload it. Okay. Let's go for another game. Yes.
Sure. The last one though.
Sure. Do you want to pilot for the last game then?
Nope. You're the one who made changes. I can always. I was actually planning on this coming weekend to take Chishiro and modify the deck from the ground up. That I was going how I build it.
I hope that you stream that and go through your thoughts.
I can do it Sunday. So yeah, I can definitely do that.
And I believe, let me double check. I'm fairly certain I put your link in the description.
I believe you did as long as Spriggs,
I did.
too.
I put Spriggs in there. Yeah, I guess you copied it from the other description from the other game. There we go. Yeah, right. Spriggs couldn't make it today. They were busy.
I believe they're doing another collab. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, are you ready?
I am.
All right, so this is going to be a battle of Wide versus Voltron. This is my Voltron deck.
I think we have enough Voltron counter in this deck, because that is one of the things that I was threatened by. So I think that's an okay lineup for us. Now now this is an opening hand. I didn't say it was a good one. I said it was one. Okay.
Here.
I rolled a 5.
And I rolled a 3. See, I can never beat someone on a d20 roll.
Ooh, that's a big deal. That's a big draw.
This is a good hand, but I can't keep it.
I mean, as we would always want to do, we whirlwind slam the taiga onto the table and say go.
I see how it is.
That's just how you want to play Magic.
This is gonna be really tough, but I feel like I have to keep this. All right, yeah, this is fine keeping. Cool. All right, main. I played Darksteel Citadel and pass.
Actually, that's adorable. Ukra has a fantastic point here. Both of your above your commanders have a rope, and it looks kind of like the line slinger is swinging from Arden.
How I put them. Haha.
That's fantastic. I love that. Is that turn?
Yep.
All right, so we just play out this forest, and just so because we're doing something, we'll play out the Bard class. Does this help us right now? No. Will it help us in the future? Yes. So, might as well use our mana. We have nothing to threaten with untapped mana anyways, so it's great. It's fine. It's beautiful. We love it.
I'll play a mountain, and then I'm going. Okay, I can play. Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
Okay. Now, we need to start moving, right? We need to start pushing in this game. But we can't. It's turn 3 and all we have is a couple mana. But we can set up our ramp here with the overgrowth. I don't even know what I'm putting it on. I guess it's just now the Ur Forest.
That Earth Force, I love it.
And that's all we can do. But now we have 5 mana for next turn. Well, 6 mana for next turn, and that's when we get to start having a party.
Cool. I'm going to pay over mountain, and I will as well ramp.
Good call. I love that card. That's a cool card. That's a great ramp card.
Oh yeah, especially in non-green decks.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we play out... Well, we have this, but what's our turn going to look like? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus either a land or a land that comes into play tapped, which is a thing. At 5, we can play out Chishiro, and then next turn we can play out our enchantments and our artifact stuff make the menace tokens, or we could just go into the wall and say, hey, we can play out the Gorilla Berserkers now, and next turn we can equip them with things that make them disastrously powerful. I feel like this deck is about pressure. We can add Chishiro whenever we want Chishiro out, right? But Chishiro isn't... Chishiro is very, very core to the deck. However, Chishiro does not need to be the first thing out, and having a board that is ready for Chishiro might be more valuable than just slamming Chishiro immediately, right? There's a strong argument to be made either way. But what I'm going to do here is play out the Raging Ravine, which plays in tapped. It's tap 5. And then we have our options here, right? We have a couple of really good options, all of which are going to be big targets for any removal, you know? So let's first play out the Berserkers. The Berserkers are effectively unblockable until they get 3 creatures in play, and then they have this beautiful Rampage ability, which I adore. One of my favorite abilities in the game. And next turn, we can buff it, or we can play Chishiro and start that train, or we can play out more creatures. We have a lot of options, but playing out the Berserkers now gives us the flex of some very strong flexibility for later in the game. Not even later, just like the next couple turns. The next 2 or 3 turns are going to be colored by this Berserker play.
Okay. Well, didn't draw land there, so we'll have to pass.
Oh, you're getting landlocked? Well, no, you're not, because you have the Burnished Heart, which you'll use at the end of my turn. That's... Yeah, okay, that's that. Actually, you're fine on land, because you have the Burnished Heart. It looks worse than it is, eh?
Yeah.
We got this, which doesn't help us right now because we need to use all of our mana. All of our mana is important. All of our mana is clutch. Mana is just a... Mana is a resource for us! Haha! Oh, well, yeah, I guess it is. So how do we spend this? It would cost 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which we could do very easily. To equip the Bone Sabers on the Berserkers, and then the Berserkers are just... insane. Right? This turns the Berserkers into an immediately insane. And then next turn we play Chishiro and say, hey, now it's even more dangerous. Or we could play out the Ochre Jelly and just immediately start putting threats on the board and say, hey, you better have more removal at hand. I think making the Berserkers more dangerous first is going to be the right play, because the Ochre Jelly will be dangerous whenever we play it. That'll always be dangerous. But making the Berserkers dangerous now, I think, is the right play. Unfortunately, we really want to up the Bard class by 1 point. Like, we desperately want to do that. It would be so good to have an extra mana, but we just don't, right? Because we're going to spend 3 to play out the Bone Sabers, and then we need to spend 1, 2, 3 to equip it. And that has to be the play, right? There's no other play. That leaves us a floating green, which, you know, we need it. And our hand has juice. This is why I didn't want to have too many cards that were reliant on other cards, right? If you have a ton of cards that require tokens to come into play or 1/1 counters to be adding, sometimes you just don't have enough things to add them to, right? So this is just, we have enough juice in our hand to keep going. And we're going to swing with the Berserkers, which are immediately going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're going to destroy them. How do you kill my Berserkers?
It's more. I'm just gonna sacrifice Burn Shark to go find the 2 planes.
Okay. He doesn't have 3 mana, 3 creatures in play, which means the Berserkers are unblockable, +4/+4 every turn, +5/+5 with Chishiro out. We're not doing commander damage. We are doing just brute force damage, and penalizing them for not having a board. And again, this is giving you the mindset of how I go about, you know, this is telling you how I think when I play the game, you know?
Yeah.
That's the life we're living right now. Oh, and that is my turn. Sorry.
Okay.
And then next turn, we almost certainly play out Chishiro. And then, depending on what we draw. Although, honestly, I mean, keep in mind that when we play Chishiro, the Bard class upgrade is free. It's 1 green, 1 red, legendary spells cost 1 green, 1 red less. So we play this, and immediately it pays for itself in Chishiro, right? Okay, so now you have a First Strike Vigilance with... Ooh, destroying an artifact. You getting rid of the Bone Sabers already?
I'm getting rid of that Bone Sabers. I have to go.
Smart move. Yeah, you have to. That's correct. You have to have that. Unattach. Tonk. That's the... Yeah, that's actually... That's absolutely the right play. 1000%.
I guess I could have played Tier, but oh well.
Mm-hmm.
To destroy Bard class, well. But, oh well, I misplayed there. Alright, faster.
I mean, you can. I'll let you go back for it.
Alright, well then I'll just pay the extra thing to destroy the Bard class.
Yeah, that's fine. That's...
And
yeah,
then
that's...
Akiri gets 2 power because I have 2 artifacts in the field.
Okay, and that's you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have one more creature out. We are thirsty for artifacts right now. And losing the Bard class actually does set us back more than I would like to admit, frankly. Because the Bard class also starts with a +1/+1 token on Chishiro. It's true, yeah, but they destroyed it before we had it in play, so it doesn't happen. Tragically. And like I said, we're a bit underfunded for artifacts right now, so let's just play video games.
Video games!
1 mountain, and then that creates 3 forests. We play out Chishiro, you're tapped out. And we can have just enough mana not to be able to play out the Fiend Lash. We have exactly enough mana not to be able to do it. But you know what? Do you know what, though? Three ochre jelly. It's not much, but it's actually really good right now because it's going to grow. This is going to become larger, and we need threats on the board. We need pressure, right? So we're going to attack just with the Grill Berserkers.
I'll take the 6.
Okay. End of turn. Ochre Jelly and Grill Berserkers both get +1/+1 from Chishiro. That's me, and I am tapped out.
I will go to draw. I'll play a very welcoming Temple of the False God.
Yeah, all of your mana
Alright.
problems are in the past, eh?
Oh yeah. I start going online. I'm going to play Stoneforge Mystic.
Okay.
That is then going to go get me a card.
I do not...
Add it to hand.
There's a strong argument that I should have put more tutors in this deck, but I didn't, so... Oh.
Oh, for the future.
Yeah.
Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a sort of person home and put it into my hand.
Okay. So now you have a threat. A threat that
I'm
is
going-
protection from green, no less.
I'm going to play sort of person home, and then I'm going to play my other commander, Arden,
Mhm.
Intrepid Archaeologist, and I'm going to move to combat. Moving to combat lets me use Arden to equip all my equipment to
Mhm.
Akiri.
Okay, everything to Akiri?
Mm-hmm. Alright, so Akiri now gets +5, +2, and pro green. So let me also gets another toughness or power increase because of having that. So I'll just use her base power in form of counter. I usually have like spin down D20 die because she goes up in power depending on how many artifacts I control.
Right.
So her
So
base
check-
power will be 3,
Mm-hmm.
and then her power and toughness will be that, and then +2.
Mm-hmm. Do you attack or no?
Making sure I have it right. 3 +2, so yep, 4. So this is a 7/5. I will be attacking with a 75. That is protection of Kree. So I will deal U7, and then this will trigger the Sword of Person Home, which will bound Stoneforge Mystic and also find anything. When Stoneforge Mystic enters the battlefield, I'm going to search for another equipment card and reveal it and put it in my hand. So I'm just going
Wait,
to
hold on.
search for both.
Hold on.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So you just bounce it back into play.
Yeah, it's flicking. Yeah, it's flickering.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Got it.
Cool. We're gonna
Oh, that's
find
insane with
another-
Stoneforge. I see.
And then we're going to find another here, and we're going to find the wonderful only lifelink card I have in my deck. We're going to find Lost on Warhammer. Add that to hand.
Hmm.
And
That is a
never
card that I was
less.
afraid of. That was a card I was afraid of for certainty. Now, interesting. Okay, so what do we do here? We have the Fiend Lash, which is very important to get into play. We have an enemy that is doing what we do. We have an enemy that is doing exactly what is the most threatening thing possible for us, which is they're doing it better than we are, right? Which means we kind of have to apply pressure, but we can't apply pressure, right? Because they have protection from green, which straight up means that we lose every encounter because we don't have any non-green creatures. However, they don't have enough power to break down a fully strong Grill of Berserkers. So if we play out the Fiend Lash and equip it to the Grill of Berserkers, this is too threatening. Right? Because this is forward power.
Oh, that's dirty.
You see? Yeah, you see? And like, okay, you can block with all 3. I will get +4/+4 from the Rampage, and I will do all the damage to the Stoneforge Mystic to trample over it. And yeah, that becomes a problem. Yeah, that becomes a threat.
Well, I'm just not gonna. I don't want to lose my Stoneforge, so I'm just gonna take 7 here.
I'm sorry, it's
9.
Yep, it's 9 because I just equipped the Fiend Lash.
Alright, down to 19.
Now we lose this encounter, right? We know they have a Loxodon Warhammer, and we know that Loxodon Warhammer hitting the battlefield means we lose the game. We can't deal with something that is immune to green and also has lifelink. So this is probably GG, to be honest. We probably don't have any way out. So we'll play out the Lissad because what else are we gonna do? And pass turn. Unless we get but we have this single target counter. So we have a Maze of Ith. We have a couple things similar to it, but I think some of our similar things are green. Like our Yavimaya Nats, which is a jump blocker that we can jump block for eternally, is immediately going to be ignored by that. Is that something that we need to consider and play around? Maybe.
Alright, I'm gonna use Stoneforge's ability, tap it. We're gonna play the Lockdown Warhammer from hand.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, yep, I may put equipment from hand. I will tap 3 for then the Sword of Vengeance. Push this buff the Curie by 2 because I have 2 more 2 more artifacts on the field.
I like this deck. I like your deck.
Thank you.
The lifelink kills us. The life. We have good damage, and we could actually outspeed right now. We could probably outpace Kashak just in terms of actually doing raw damage. Except for the lifelink, which is great. I mean, that's well played, right? They searched for it, they found it.
We'll move to combat, and everything will be equipped to Ardent.
Yep. How much?
So Ardent, this will be an additional 5. I'm just gonna set power at this point.
9 damage then.
Well, this will be adding another 5. It'll be 9 plus 6. So this will be 15, which will be lethal to mana damage.
That just straight up kills, yeah. And we cannot block because we don't have it. It didn't get any red creatures. That's the downside of having so many goldens too, because if we put out Stang, you can't block.
Yeah.
We did keep the Kami's Fire in this version, which would have been able to kill technically.
If you had mana.
Well, I didn't draw it yet. There's the Giant Growth, which didn't matter. And there's my Sword of Hearth and Home, which wouldn't have helped. Well, no, it would have helped because that's protection from white. Although that actually interacts strangely, but that would have been different. Okay. We do have some enchantment removal.
I just realized a good equipment could be for your deck would be Blood Force Battle Axe. It's a 1 mana 2/1. When a creature deals combat damage, or actually I could define it, create a token copy of it. But that would also just make you another spirit, and you would have multiple Blood Force Battle Axes, just creating more spirits and more copies of Blood Force Battle Axe. This card right here.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's... I don't know. Well, I'll think about it. So do we have enough red creatures that could have been resolved? Absolutely. We have the Champion of the Flame. We have the Godo. We have, even Lubu can block. We have Rogath. So I don't think that was a problem with deck composition. It was a loss, sure, but that's, you lose some games. But let's revisit what are... So we don't have a lot to deal with things that are protection from, right? Yavimaya Nats doesn't stop that. The Vicious Cobra is weak to protection effects. So protection effects are dangerous. Is it possible that we need another way of removing artifacts or enchantments? Possibly. But maybe not. I don't know. There might have just been the right card, because remember that's a 1% chance for them to draw it anyways, right?
Right. And then adding tutors to your deck for the equipment at least, adding white definitely helps out equipment.
Oh yeah,
tutoring.
it gives you a more reliable deck. Yeah. Maze of Ith is what we needed, but we don't have any way of fetching Maze of Ith anyways. Is it worth doing something that would allow us to search it? Like, we could have raced you. I really do think that if it wasn't for the protection from, because that's another thing I noticed right there, which is really, really interesting in that particular game. And that is the... What was that?
No, keep going. I'll say after.
That's the Ochre Jelly. If you have a giant creature, and I block with the Ochre Jelly, it loses half of its counters. Now it's a 2/2, right? End of my turn, it becomes a 3/3. Now it loses half of its counters, it's a 2/2. Because you round up. Then at the end of my turn, it gains a counter, it's a 3/3, now it's a 2/2. Ochre Jelly is an infinite blocker with Chishiro in play. Now, not what you had protection from green, which stopped me from doing that, but that's actually bonkers. Ochre Jelly is much, much better than I thought, isn't it? Because Ochre Jelly keeps the split when it dies. It creates a token that is a token of Ochre Jelly with half as many... Yeah, half as many rounded... Oh, it says rounded down. It does say rounded down. Okay, so it goes... So anyway, at 4/4, then it goes 2/2, 3/3, 1/1, 2/2, 1/1. 2/2, 1/1. 2/2, 1/1. We have an infinite blocker. Someone who can literally block forever. So our potential late game beater that can be, a billion damage aggression can also be a mid-game anti-Voltron, anti-single large creature blocker that's eternal, that is effectively indestructible, basically. So that's a cool thing, I think.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like there's definitely improvement that can be made to the deck, but for it, just for making it and testing it out for 2 games, protection definitely an issue. I mean, there's actually a tutor we could probably add to the deck that way. You could get made this, which is the crop rotation.
Well, we also have answers, right? We have the Cinder Vines, we have the Naturalize, we have the
Vandal Blast.
Vandal Blast, thank you. We have the Vandal Blast. It's not like we can see that and immediately say, "Oh, we need more artifact removal." It's, "Oh, that's a concern. We didn't get our artifact removal. That doesn't mean we need to reconfigure the deck to counter it," right? And that's a very easy trap to fall into. It's very easy to think, "Oh, I made this am seeing this issue with my deck. I better fix it." It's like, well, keep in mind your sample size, right? Our sample size is that we have like 4 or 5 ways of removing. We don't want to overload our removal, and that probably is enough. This was just a situation where it didn't happen, and that happens. In a more constructed format, we might say, what is our ways to get our removal more reliably? But in a commander format, I don't think that is as critical, because then the search spell that we get for it is itself also a one-off in the deck, right? I think we have enough artifact dealings right now. And what we really needed was our Maze of Ith, but that just wasn't happening. Again, we have no way of finding it. We have ways of dealing with that. So yeah, that was a good game that showed a weakness of the deck, not a weakness that this deck can face. And that is specifically, honestly, even with our Sword of Hearth and Home, we probably would have won if it wasn't for lifelink. I mean, okay, obviously not because commander damage would have killed me, but like in a raw damage thing, we could have actually raced you down,
Right.
which is really interesting, I think. Tempting Lissid on the Ochre Jelly swing. Deal with me.
I can tell you, I had no way of dealing with that other than my one blocker.
Yeah. So is this a super hyper competitive deck? No. Is this an effective deck? I think it is. I think it at the very least has the potential to be.
If they don't interact with you just keep getting out of control. We saw that with the fungi deck. I literally could not do anything because I had no answers.
And fungi deck is a scaling deck. I just outscaled you, right?
Oh yeah.
And then we have enough things in our deck to force that stalemate. Like we said before, like I said many times, is that we want to make it so that the opponent loses attrition by attacking, and then we don't, which would normally create a stalemate because usually both sides would lose too much, right? Because the way Magic blocking works, the most common thing to happen is if I attack you, I'll lose too many creatures, so I'm not going to attack you. And then it's your turn, and you say, if I attack you, I'm going to lose too many creatures, so I won't attack you. That's a very common stalemate in Magic that's caused by the way defending works, which is different in, honestly, most other card games, but it makes the game Magic much more interactive on the actual attack step.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that in this particular way, wildly encourages this stalemate, and we capitalize on it. Do you have any closing thoughts? What are your thoughts? Tell me your brain thinks.
Now, the only concern I have for the deck, which I may address when I work on it, or work on a different version of the deck, is card draw. There isn't a lot of card draw on the deck. There is some, but if they deal with your board, I feel like it possibly could be an uphill battle to try to reclaim your board state.
You think that we
one
don't
board
have
wipe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one board wipe really feels like the deck can struggle a little bit.
I agree.
And the now this one went more recurable. If let's say we board wipe, but they don't board wipe the artifacts, we still have all the artifacts to rebuild when we get more creatures.
Right. So I think that in that sense, all we need is one creature, and then we could Voltron ourselves, or we could just I think that I think exactly what you're saying is true. That our resistance to board wipe is in the fact that our artifacts stay; they still exist.
Yeah.
That's our resistance to board wipe.
And the one thing that I think I'm going to try for Chishiro is, I think I might just go with an enchantment focus. With green especially, they have card draw in the form of enchantment. When you cast an enchantment or enchantment at the battlefield, you draw a card. And there's multiple creatures and other enchantment that do that. So that could be the resilience the deck could face in a board wipe. It's just pure card draw value.
That's interesting, yeah. Question from chat, do we think this would hold up against a sliver deck? And that's an interesting question, because sliver decks are also scaling decks, where they become stronger if left alone. And the question then becomes, can we target out this problem slivers, right? Because dealing with a sliver deck requires a scalpel. That's literally the joke, is that it's a sliver. The way you deal with a sliver is you cut it out. You cut out with a scalpel and deal with the exact problem, right. Like that's part of what slivers are about. Well, how do we deal with a sliver deck? We don't have a lot of great ways. Maybe we should have a little bit more single target damage, because our best way of dealing with a sliver deck is like arena, because that'll let us hammer down whatever sliver is being a problem.
The way we deal with the sliver deck in the current iteration of the deck is by politicking. If the sliver, if you have a sliver player and you're playing in a multiplayer format, you have to work with the other players to help stop the sliver deck. Sliver decks by itself are slow. If you don't deal with the creatures, by turn 5, they become a menace.
I think the other thing that helps that would help against a sliver deck is just pacing. Like sliver decks take a little while to become effective, right? They don't come out of the gate good.
Oh yeah. But each additional sliver just adds more and more to the pile. And in this day and age, 30 years, there are just multiple slivers that give +1/+1, double strike, and whatnot. So they're resilient in their effects that they stack.
So I do think that I think we can outspeed a sliver deck, because again, sliver decks tend to be more late game. We tend to be more mid game. Yeah. And I think that we could outpace them one-on-one, but in a multiplayer game, if somebody's playing slivers, then everybody knows they have to beat the person playing slivers. Yeah, we win by saying, "Hey, get him," right? And that benefits us, because then people are ignoring us and letting us scale.
And then when the sliver player is dealt with, we're the menace, and at that point, it may just be too late.
At that point, we may have already scaled enough that we are okay. At that point, I agree. I absolutely agree.
But yeah, those are my closing remarks. I will try out the enchantment version, just for the pure card draw. Well, this one is resilient onto the board state itself.
what if the Sliver player wants to work with you? You don't invite them in.
Yeah, you don't
That is
take
like
that.
that is literally just like a vampire. You don't invite the vampire into your home.
Yeah. If the Sliver player wants to work with you, you don't let them. You backstab them immediately. You agree to that only until you have the ability to not agree with that, because they will outpace you late game, and if you can't outpace them early game, then you will just not make it, right? So you can't let the Slivers get out of hand. Same with any control deck. I mean, Slivers are kind of a control deck in the sense that they need to build up to a late game and control the board to really, accrue all of their power.
Yeah, I agree with that statement.
So when you think of control, it's very easy to think of like blue control or white control or control warlock if you're playing Hearthstone, or like there's a lot of different control decks, and they always.
Oh gosh, warlock.
Mhm.
Sorry, you said warlock, and I'm just like, oh gosh, warlock.
Yeah, I mean it's very commonly either control or zoo. But yeah, that's how you deal with a Sliver deck. Is if you're in a multiplayer game, you say get him, and that takes pressure off you. A Sliver deck helps this deck because everybody has to beat the Sliver deck, and that means the focus isn't on us. If it's a one-on-one game, then you deal with if it's a one-on-one game, then you just push. Then you just say I can probably outpace you before you get Slivers, and if they get a Sliver with lifelink, you just lose unless you can single it, target it out. Which does make me think we might need more single target stuff, but maybe not. And again, that's where the Voracious Cobra is going to be like, this might be the game winner in that situation.
Right.
Apart from that, the Hydra deck deals with the same thing as either outpacing them before they get their biggest creatures, or creating these stall situations, right? We can stall a Hydra deck most likely. We've got enough roadblocks to make them think twice about trading, and we do have the Basilisk Collar, which cannot be underestimated against a Hydra deck.
Not by any means. No.
All right. Yeah, I think that's about it for stream. I hope this was valuable to you. Let me know what you thought, what you agreed with, what you disagreed with. If there's a card that we missed that you think is just like worth putting in the deck, let me know, because I'm not like saying this is an ideal card thing. I'm not saying that this deck is optimal or even complete. Oh yeah, Brash Taunter. That was going to be one of the other ones I wanted. Let's think about that one actually later.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
But yeah. But this gives you the more valuable than building a Chishiro deck. This is the value you gain from both of us, walking you through our thought process so that you can build your own decks, and maybe some of the stuff that we said is valuable to you in that. So thank you, everybody, and I hope that you have a wonderful evening. Cheers, friends!